Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and viewers worldwide on a variety of different platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for supporting our channel, our charitable fundraising and everything that we do here every single day. I apologise for this delay. Well, a couple of things to be said first. I was not intending to do my broadcast today in view of the new releases in cinemas which I were to be catching up with today, and it's very bad weather outside and I've looked it up and the same lot of films will indeed be screened for another week in my local, so there was no need for me to be departing today, and I wanted to stream at 1 p.m. as usual, but today for I don't know what time, at the umpteenth time, more problems with Twitch, and I'm really enraged with this. And you know, out of the blue, the Twitch chat disappeared. So how on earth was I to be able to run my channel without the Twitch chat? And I tried everything on my PC to get it back up, and it just simply wouldn't come back. And spent literally a couple of hours. Eventually, it turned out that Twitch were fiddling with the overall display of the screen, and I had to be manually readjusting it, which is not really advertised anywhere. There's no advice on any hub on the internet indicating that that's the way to do it, but I just literally tried everything else, cleared the proxies, cleared the DNS, cleared all sorts of things, you know, tried everything to do with the internet. It just wouldn't come back. It was so absolutely enraging. And then as I went in to find out whether they would again be applying some different settings to my Twitch channel without actually me being told, I discovered that they've done exactly that. And I honestly, I can't believe that for the umpteenth time I've got to be double checking, triple checking the privacy and safety settings. Yet again, they switched the safety settings on for people to be emails and telephone numbers for everyone. I don't understand it. Obviously I'm getting quite a bit of traffic on the channel, but I was just wondering, well, within the last few weeks, how many people actually want to talk to us and are getting stupid messages indicating that they need to be registering with Twitch with a telephone number and the email. Just so bad. If any sorts of different settings have to be applied to our accounts, we have got to be told, we have got to be warned. It's just mind-boggling. For instance, today I looked for the restriction on the new members, where they would have to be waiting for 30 days, and it's gone. I can't find it anywhere. Maybe I just overlooked it because I was in a hurry and I wanted to get the Twitch chat to work. But I'll double check again to find out whether that indeed had been applied again, because we don't want to be missing out on the new people. We want people to come in to talk. And the whole thing about Twitch is, and my channel, it's all about community and interaction. And I just feel that they're introducing various tools that are absolutely crazy. Obviously, you can apply these tools manually if you wish to have them fully equipped on your channel in order to provide safety, privacy and everything else. I talked about it at the length here on the channel, but to discover this today literally, turned me into a livid state. I couldn't believe for the life of me, yet again another problem. And quite frankly, it's almost impossible to work out as to why this chat had disappeared yesterday on my PC. It's just out of the blue. I was streaming and suddenly the chat was gone. And that must be at the time when they were applying the new settings. And, I thought it was just like a minor glitch which would be resolved with my PC being rebooted, but that's not been the case. And I tried it through different browsers, tried literally everything. Nothing worked. Anyway, I have to cool off because I've spent already an hour and a half trying to get this sorted, and eventually I did get resolved. But that caused me this serious delay, and it really made me worry that many people who popped in probably would have been prevented from coming in due to these restrictions. So manually I changed everything. Nobody needs to submit to email. Nobody needs to submit their telephone number. Because this is a filter, it may well prevent certain people from coming in. People have to confirm the details when they're registering, and if they're lying, they're liable, they're breaking the law. Submitting your telephone number and submitting your email is something else, and it's an extra security measure which is applied to the Twitch streaming, and I think generally it is a very good idea to be manually enabled so you can use it optionally. You do not have to be having it installed by Twitch remotely and without you being even told. I need to cool off. I was so angry. A, it delayed my stream. B, delayed my plans for the day. It did cause me a huge time waste, but that's the way things are with the tech. They want to be introducing artificial intelligence into every area of our industry. If something goes wrong with that, who's going to fix it? There's just those people who actually know everything about such devices. Otherwise, everything goes to standstill. You can't use anything. It could have cataclysmic effects on the society overall. And God forbid if such technology was to fall into the wrong hands, world war, you name it. So if you're watching and if you're wondering what's been going on, Twitch is constantly changing various things, both for the consoles and PCs, and this is absolutely not good. Many complaints everywhere, and I really worry that if somebody else invents a streaming channel or streaming platform that will function better and will have more advanced, more up-to-date tools, as well as perhaps more people employed to deal with these kinds of issues, then Twitch will be bankrupted overnight. And I'm a serious investor in Twitch. I mean, I've spent like 5 years running this channel, and Twitch had been reaping the rewards. I had very few coming in directly to me from Twitch. It was all about us feeding the company. In recent times, the people subscribed or were sending bits and cheers and etc. Again, Twitch is taking 50% of that, and that means Twitch is benefiting from what we do, the streamers. We talked at length here about the new partner program, which is going to be enabling 30-70 split, but that will be applied to maybe less than 1,000 people globally, and they said maybe 250 are eligible. So I do have a problem with those things being changed without us being told. If one has a community that is evolving, and if one runs a channel which is entirely community based, these are serious obstacles. These obstacles are preventing us from having new people come in and talk to us. And generally when people come in and they see there's some sort of the need for registration, the need for subscription, that they're not used to it. It wasn't part and parcel of the platform as it was in the past. So really very serious obstacles, and I'm very unhappy with the fact that this is indeed persevering and definitely affecting. But see also for myself now, looking at the stream, it's properly displayed, right? And like yesterday, it wasn't displaying properly. It was all to do with these new settings being applied. They've changed basically some settings on the browser as well. That's on Chrome, and I don't know why they're doing this. It's so maddening. Lots of technical issues. You've seen yesterday we played Strikes here, Shaba, Zenith and myself, and then suddenly, bang, everything stopped. The stream stopped, everything was dead. That wasn't to do with Twitch, it was to do with Bungie servers and many problems with those servers. I mean, the difficulties occur when the overall economy, globally or domestically, hits the rock bottom, or it's in a downward spiral. Then all these companies keep laying people off, fewer people checking things, fewer people doing the maintenance, and that has got its own collateral, which means the services are not functioning as they should. Yet the companies are charging the money and taking the money from everyone. And as we've seen, for instance, with energy providers, there have been, in our country, in Britain, many measures applied by our government or successive governments in order to prevent them from behaving like God, you know? In fact, they are behaving like God, because at the end of the day, the energy bills went up and up and up by, you know, I don't know, tenfold. But still, there are some things that they cannot do. For instance, there could not be periods where you're without power and you'll be charged for. That can't happen. They need to be refunding you or providing compensation. And that's enshrined within the law in the UK, and that really is helpful. I can assure you, all these companies would like to do that at all times. It's but some technical problem, we can't supply power for a few days, and that's about it, and you still pay the bill. Why? I really believe very strongly that some of these things have got to be properly regulated. With that regulation, things are going to get out of hand. You know, it reminds me of small puppies or animals. When they're tiny, they need to be taught what to do, what not to do, and when they're taught properly, they behave perfectly. They become your perfect protectors. They do everything according to the rules, and they abide by the rules set up by their owner. And you can really see some of the dogs that walk about that have not been properly trained and then causing trouble. And sometimes dogs can mirror the owners. If the owners are very aggressive or nasty, that can obviously be picked up by the animal, and we can see that then for the overall behavior of the dog. So maybe this is a bit of a crude explanation, but ultimately, unless there is some degree of discipline and control applied to these kinds of entities, they will not care. You know, they have no responsibility. They'll feel, oh, I'll just come up with some excuse, and that becomes like a new normal. Well, no, I don't think so. I think it's completely wrong. And that applies to any service anyway. You know, people have got to be responsible for what to do, and they need to understand that if you do something wrong, there's going to be punishment, there's going to be consequence. Coming back to this, I've been delayed very seriously today, and had some problems with the stream due to the Bungie service, and that's been carrying on. And we actually have heard yesterday from several new community members who were asking the question, are you playing on PC or on playing PlayStation or Xbox? And they all had the same sort of problem in the course of the afternoon. A couple of days ago, Destiny 1 went through a reset and maintenance without any sort of warning. So we were waiting and waiting and waiting, and once we got back in, the servers were crashing all the time. They're being booted and we couldn't do a thing. And then there was a message about the extension of the maintenance. But, you know, are we to assume that the maintenance is across the board for Destiny 1, Destiny 2, for the app, for everything at the same time? Are we just simply to be assuming that it's just going to be done for the sequel? There needs to be a lot more communication coming from Bungie, and I think that is what many people complained about since their old community left. They're not communicating anymore well enough with the members. People are departing, and this is a serious issue. They came up with an excuse the other day. The reason they're not responding directly or as much as in the past is to do with certain members of the team being consistently abused online. It's got no bearing on the customer services. It's got no bearing on what you need to be responding. If somebody's being abusive, you need to bring them to work, basically. Then you go to prison. It's as simple as that. Report them to the authorities, identify who the person is, bring them to court, kill them like 10, 15 years in jail. Then he's going to learn his lesson, right? For what he was doing. He wouldn't do that face to face in real life. Anyway, I think these two things are being mixed together unjustly, and therefore the overall feeling in the community is that Bungie are not really doing it anymore in the same way, i.e. having the connection with their own native, very dedicated community of Destiny veterans and gamers. I'm not 100% sure whether that's relevant, but I did see that they've been a bit sloppy and a bit slow in responding, and I think seriously, if these server problems are to be persisting over a long period of time, then we are very likely to be seeing a very major drop out on the gamer database. There will be people disappearing. Not everyone has patience. People are busy. People do work and have families, and they want things to work properly. I think it happens from time to time around the reset. That's not a big deal. If you keep getting it throughout the week, all the time, and for the competitive gamers, if they are in the game and suddenly there are these crashes, they lose everything. Spend time preparing for a raid, and they plan the gear and everything. The entire thing just fizzles away, disappears on the spot. need to start from scratch and do it from scratch, and they have the same problem again, which is what happened to us a couple of weeks ago. They need to provide an explanation and a reason as to why these things are happening, and I'm sure people will understand it, provided that the explanation is plausible. But as it stands today, just like one house after another, I've got also to say, Twitch seems to be completely above everyone. They really do not respond to anyone, and you keep getting automated messages. Their customer services are basically non-existent, and it just seems like the vast majority of the works. That's completely unacceptable, considering how many people are, first of all, use the platform, contributing. All the streamers that are doing it full time as their main occupation are making a huge amount of money for the company, and the company is taking 50%, unless they have other hubs for which they receive donations and various other financial rewards, which are not going directly through Twitch, but you know, like for instance, I've got this tipping through Stream Elements, and that is not being divvied with anyone. So at the end of the day, that works better in the favor of the streamer. However, it's not fully integrated with the platform, which means people need to access these links manually. Whether they will see them or not, whether they will use them or not, is a separate matter. If it is integrated in the platform, as you could see here on Twitch app, or you know, the on your PC, there are two buttons in there saying manage your sub or gift a sub, and that's basically what it is: subscribe or follow. Very easy to see, and people just click on one or the other, and it's straightforward, it's visible, automated, and therefore it is made easily accessible to any new viewer. If they like it, they can do either or and then contribute to the overall activity of the channel. So many questions to be raised. I will actually write to Twitch. I've been to their headquarters, European headquarters in London, and I met some of the guys. They were terrific guys, really very friendly, and you know, very a couple of developer events that they were running, and they explained the liabilities and the difficulties which the company is certainly feeling at the moment due to well, this was before the pandemic, so it must have been in 2019, I think. It's all due to the overall expansion, the fact that business picked up from 2015 in a way which was exceeding the expectations, and they didn't have either the resources, the capital to bring it to that level, which indeed was required. So I understand that to a degree, but I think we still are watching further expansion. We still see that the app and the platform have been even more integrated during the last couple of years, 3 or 4 years, and really that needs to be polished off, and it needs to be you know, helped by some other input, which needs to be paid for. I guess that's all I can see, and very unhappy about these recent intrusions. Excuse me. I'm certainly a huge supporter and proponent of safety and privacy online, and specifically somebody who is promoting ethical gaming, so we don't get anybody being nasty, unpleasant, abusive, or any other live online to others. And that means not just the streamer, but also the participants and everyone else who's an active member of any online gaming community. So it's very, very fundamental, it's essential. But these kinds of things have got to be introduced and be talked. You can't just throw it in and you discover by yourself that you are now being restricted from having new people come in because there is this 30-day rule for the newcomers, which somebody else switched on for you. For instance, at the moment, I've got no means of certifying my stream. I can't find anywhere a button or anything that will indicate that actually my stream comes into this certain category. I have no problems with it because I'm streaming obviously as a family-friendly broadcaster. We don't have people do anything which would even remotely be seen as offensive or upsetting or something that could raise eyebrows, and that's fine. But I just want to be able to find where that section is. I have seen other people indicating it clearly, and I can't find that for myself anywhere. I'm streaming off PlayStation or Xbox, and I can't see it anywhere on the menu, right? I can't see it anywhere on the menu, which is displayed on a laptop and PC either. If anybody knows where that is, ping me a message and tell me exactly where I can find it, because I don't want to find myself in hot water or with any difficulty. That would be indeed causing me some trouble, loss of data, or I always archive all the streams immediately upon completion to YouTube, But still, I don't want to be having any problems with Twitch if, for instance, they come up with the idea that the channel is not following the rules, because not every single stream had been certified by the broadcaster, which perhaps is part of these new rules. And I can't certify it if I don't have the means on the consoles. So I don't know. It's certainly an open question, and I'll need to think a bit more about it. It's been a drizzly day here, and very, very wet last night. I've gone swimming, and it's a bit tricky when I take my big umbrella with me. There's hardly anywhere at the swimming pool where I could actually leave it without that umbrella perhaps being snatched by someone. It worked all fine yesterday, but it was very wet and very soggy, and refreshing. It was humidity was long gone, so the actual high quality air was much appreciated. But then I couldn't go for a walk, and after the swimming I just quickly raced back, and the sports centre is very near me. It's only about 5 minutes away, so it's no big deal really. Not a huge distance, but it's in a park, and when you walk through the park, the rain could be very, very severe. Today it was drizzling again, and it's sort of fairly breezy, so we are not having any of that heat which our friends in Europe are experiencing. We had a terrible June, which that we've ever had ever since the records were kept in. That's been scientifically proven. They're having the same thing in Europe now in July in many of these countries, and I just really worry. You worry about the overall effects of global warming and how things are going to be. I mean, I just watched these videos of tornadoes and hurricanes in Italy, Slovenia and Croatia. It's just unbelievable. These countries have never had it in history, in modern history. Maybe during the biblical times, but not certainly during the last 2,000 years. And to see that break out so fast and to be so incredibly destructive is horrific. I've been to the Dolomites, I've been to the places in Alto Adige in Italy where very severe damage to property had occurred due to these tornadoes and hurricanes, and these buildings were built for severe weather conditions. They get terrible winds, they have huge downpour of rain, they have massive snow, so the buildings are not flimsily built like what I've seen in some parts of the US, where you get tornadoes and the buildings are literally created out of wood. It justifies logic. I personally do not understand as to why such buildings are at all offered to anyone if you know that such threats are likely to be occurring on the regular basis. But anyway, that's a story for another day. The ones in Alto Adige are properly built, they're solid, and ones being hit by such incredible natural disaster, they can't really withstand the pressure, and that's exactly what had caused all the destruction and damage. And the similar sort of thing occurred in Slovenia and Croatia. In the Croatian capital, they had tornado literally coming out of nowhere, very fast and extremely destructive, and destroyed about 2,000, damaged more than 2,000 properties in less than 30 minutes. Many injured and few people died. And then you've heard that the winds were between 80 and 140 miles per hour, and that's just really horrific. It's a very destructive wind. It's not the ordinary type of wind you get. It's the wind that goes from hits you from all sides, and it's uprooting trees and taking up, literally pulling up roofs and throwing things about. I watched, for instance, the big motorway adverts being pulled up from the route and then chucked about. Fortunately, nobody died, but it's just the effects of global warming, I'm afraid. And today I've read a report on Waking that we are likely to be having these sorts of things on a regular basis every year. So are we prepared for that? I don't think we are. And we need to be prepared for that, because it will be affecting the industry, the infrastructure, the way we live and everything. Most importantly, it will affect the value of property. If you are living in an area which is being hit by these natural disasters frequently, the property is worth nothing. So it's not going to be, a rosy story and fancy talk for those people who are wanting to inflate the prices of the properties. Um, you know, who on earth would want to go there and buy any of it if we are to be having these massive floods, and hail was as big as a tennis ball? Can you imagine that? If you have vehicles outside, everything will be just totally flattened by that. Literally, hail falling from the sky of that size, hitting a vehicle or hitting anything nearby, will cause an utter devastation. And I think they were complaining about the crops that have been completely destroyed in some parts of Europe. So anyway, I'm telling you about this because I'm very aware, very conscious of all of this. We talked yesterday with our friends in the US. They were experiencing heat which was exceeding 40 degrees of Celsius. That is incredibly hot, and some parts of America also have not had such heat in the past. Obviously in Arizona and Nevada that was expected, but in the rest of the country that wasn't always seen as something perfectly normal or even usual. So we got to be all a bit more aware of what we are doing ourselves. Like for instance, the energy usage. I always say to everyone, if you're not at home, just switch everything off. All the devices need to be switched off. Do not leave your chargers plugged in or equipment overnight switched on, and you just switch everything off. By doing so, you're contributing towards the effect that is going to be soothing the problem, right? You're going to be reducing the overall effect that is creating this dreadful global warming, and make sure that you're also driving your car less. Go out for a walk. Don't drive your car from your house to the local Tesco's or local supermarket if the actual distance on foot is less than 5 minutes. What's the point? You know, we've got to be a bit more aware of what we are doing, and certainly a lot more aware of our consequences, which are caused by behaviour. You know, so you know, I'm not really in a very chirpy, happy frame of mind. I got really rattled by this whole cataclysm on Twitch, and you know, coupled by the Bungie server problems. So I just think to myself, well, putting so much effort in trying for everything to work properly, and then you get these obstacles, and there's nothing you can do. And I'm really worried about being able to run a stream today because of this problem on Twitch. I can't be running my Twitch channel if I don't have the chat. It's a non-starter. It has got to be fully functional, and thankfully I had been able to fix the problem purely by chance. I just literally fiddled with settings, and that was it. And there was no remedy online at all for this problem. And what really got me going was the things where actually, you remember a few weeks ago, but Zenith and Whipserius told me about this restriction. I manually changed it. Today I discovered that Twitch had changed it back to the majority of people need to confirm the telephone number, and some members will have to confirm the email. But I left it on no need for that in either of the groups, because they're two different sections, so I need to tick off. You know, so they'll say, oh, you know, we're really working on the safety precautions and that. But what were you doing for the last 10 years? Did you not have this problem already at the beginning of the last decade? And if people are asking themselves, what's the reason for the hurry? But the reason is legislation. The new legislation which will come up in the US and in Britain will make those companies liable, and they will be, if not following the rules, shut down. They will be prevented from operating. So just think about it. If they commit an offence, and you get the news on Twitter and other hubs, they're bankrupted within seconds. Within seconds, because all the capital will be, you know, basically withdrawn on the spot, knowing what the likely consequence is going to be. So we are going to be entering a very, very different type of territory, right? And the new territory will be restrictive and regulated, and the companies, these major big corporations, will be held liable for certain mishaps by the native governments of those countries. I don't support the measures which are draconian. I think it is taking it too far and taking it too late, but I do feel that having the appropriate selection of rules and regulations that will be preventing abusers, criminals, evil people from doing what they're doing live online is more than welcome. But we'll need to see how everything works, and we do not want to apply such measures in a way by which these companies will then destroy their ruin, because they provide huge amount of benefit to many people around the world. We talked about the Budget Foundation fundraiser over the weekend. We talked about streamers getting together and working together in order to make the world a better place to be for everyone. So there are many positives which outweigh the negatives, but the negatives are particularly concerning as they could be easily prevented with more attention given, with more human resources applied. There's no need for them. They keep persisting because there aren't many enough investments placed in those departments. That's the main problem. And yesterday we've seen CD Red cutting down on the staff, shelving and laying off 10 or 20% of the workforce. Then we've seen the other studios doing the same sort of thing. I understand that there are certain financial realities, and these realities are extremely serious. They're across the board in any sector of industry, irrespective of what we look at. They're literally affecting every single soul on the planet at the moment. There are many reasons as to why that is. Don't believe the news. They keep telling you it's all about war, and it's not true. It's to do with the way this economy works, and we've had a cycle that's been affecting the surge of prices in certain areas, particularly price of properties, equity, and it's just all historic highs. It's been inflated for the last 20 years. Anybody who knows something about algebra, or somebody who's at home with numbers, will tell you, once you come to the ceiling, you can push it 2 times. Once you come to the ceiling for the 3rd time, you get a correction, and the correction is massive, which means it goes the other way rapidly, drastically, and that is what is to be expected. And I don't think there is any way to which this can be avoided or prevented. The question is, what are we going to do once it takes place? So, making many people unemployed and downsizing the workforce in these companies will mean more pressure on those who are working. So, it really is a vicious circle. We've got to, as a society on whole, we need to think about the alternatives, other ways to which we can do things where these things can be avoided, minimized, or in some cases prevented. Anyway, I'm talking about fairly important issues which are plaguing our society at the moment, and I think what I'd like to do is to focus on what concerns us here within our video game community, and we'll be having a look at the news and also some comments and views and questions that had arrived overnight from our community members. We had a very busy community session yesterday, and to be fair, during the last couple of days, and I'm truly enlightened by the new members and some of their ideas. I'm always excited to see that people make new connections to the channel. Yesterday we've had someone ask for raiders, and other people volunteered and came in, and I also indicated if he wanted to be participating with raids, he would have to state the location where he is in order to get everyone from around the world to participate. So we'll need to choose the time that's suitable for everyone, as we all live in the different parts of the globe. And that was great. It's just like literally one of those activities that we want to see. It's interesting, as he asked for that on Xbox, and I used to get 3 or 4 years ago very many people who had difficulties in finding anyone who would play Destiny on Xbox, as the vast majority of those people were on PlayStation. So if there is a will, there is a way. If we get together and we plan, we make such events possible. And I certainly hope in the near future for Destiny 1 to be fully integrated with the sequel, so we have cross-platform, cross-save, and everyone very, very happy with it, and we can then simply join forces, 2 communities within one big universe, and we can expand on our contacts, communications, activities, and everything else. Alright, so let's see what's come to us on the wire. There are some interesting developments. Some of those concern Xbox. Let me see, what is this? Oh, I see, Ali came in earlier on, and unfortunately we did have a problem with Twitch, and therefore I couldn't respond. I apologize to Ali. Ali, if you're watching, thanks very much for popping in. I am sorry that I wasn't able to respond. I had this problem with Twitch and I had to resolve it, and therefore the stream was not operating as it should. And I could see that Ali got in at 13:48, and whilst I was having this major headache as described, so I do apologize. And what can I say? Okay, so let's have a look. Oh, we got Gail in here as well. Hello Gail, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being a valued member of our community. Don't know what you heard what I said, but I sort of described all the technical problems that plagued me today, and therefore I was not able to run my stream as expected, on time, as planned. All down to Twitch and some of their misdemeanors and changes to the setup. Gail's asking, I'm great, how are you? Well, I'm not too happy today, I've got to say. I've been very irritated by the changes that Twitch keep applying to the settings that we have as streamers, and I had corrected the problem a few weeks ago when Zenith and Lupus Arius joined us, as they were literally prevented from communicating on the chat due to the settings that Twitch had introduced without actually anyone knowing. And today I discovered they've done that again. I manually had switched everything off that could be interfering with the chat. Today I discovered they had left these two options on yet again. Option number 1, some of your participants will need to confirm their email. And the other one, most of your participants will need to confirm the telephone number or mobile number, right? So that option was switched back on, and I switched it off. I mean, you know, it wasn't a hacker coming to my account or doing anything like that. So it was very, very concerning. As there could have been quite a few people, you know, who wanted to talk to us whilst we were live on air, and they couldn't because they'd get messages. You need to give your phone number. You need to be giving your email. You need to be registering. I'm not saying these measures are very, very useful if somebody is wanting to prevent abusive individuals, you know, from presence on the channel, and we don't have those people here at most times, so therefore this doesn't concern me. It's not the kind of channel that attracts such people, but it is just an option that needs to be manually switched on, so anyone who is a streamer can actually be told by the corporation that the new safety measures have been applied, and therefore one can just switch them off if and when, rather than just apply them across the board and then expect that everyone will know automatically that this indeed had been introduced. It's just, you know, it's nonsense, and that is affecting the overall participation and the comms. When you have a new person coming to the channel and they get a message saying you need to register a mobile, they say, what is this? I'm not gonna ever come back. They keep thinking it's the streamer who had set this up, right? Like sometimes you go to certain streamers, you click on the video and to watch playback and tells you this video is available for the people who are subscribers. So if you're not a subscriber, which is the vast majority, you can't watch the video. It's nonsense. It's just completely wrong way about it. Twitch is not about that degree of monetization at this stage. It never has been. So if that is being applied, I mean, obviously allowing your playback to be watched just by people subscribing is an option that the streamer will have, and it will need to be switched on manually, which I think is fine. If somebody thinks that that's the way they're going to make money, well, let them find out whether they're going to have more or fewer of the viewers. So, you know, obviously depends on the content, depends on popularity, depends on lots of different factors, but all these things and all these issues are very much alive and need to be tackled at all times. Right, so I was about to give you the news and what's been coming to me on the wire. So let me just get to that. We have some news coming in linked to Destiny, and they concern the way you get some materials, and then also some news about the next season, the season 22. So let's have a look at the first posting, which I received through Games Radar. The writer Austin Wood tells us Destiny 2 is giving players a buff they wanted for years, so of course it's also a nerf. I've got a problem with some of that jargon. I actually don't understand what it means. Buffing, nerfing, tweaking, you know, I get some ideas, but it just seems to be like the new normal, and it's not really the kind of language that we use in everyday conversations, is it? In an extremely Destiny 2 moment, Bungie is making a long requested quality of life change with one hand and removing a handy workaround with the other. As the developer detailed in a short new blog posting about economy changes, Destiny 2's infamously finicky masterwork materials are getting increased resource caps. So Ascended Shards, golf balls, we pros call them, he says, and Ascended Alloys are going from a cap of 10 to 30. So they're increasing that threefold. And Enhancement Prisms are going from 50 to 100. So that's doubling up. It's hard to overstate how long and how regularly people have been calling for increased resource caps on these endgame materials. So make no mistake, this is a good inventory change, and we all support it. There is a catch though. While the inventory cap is going up, the account-wide cap is actually going down, because we'll no longer have the option to store excess materials at the Postmaster going forward. So excess materials are no longer to be stored at the Postmaster, everyone, and that's definitely not a very good news. Now that the caps have been increased, we are removing the ability for these items to go to the Postmaster. If players already have full stacks of any of these materials in the inventory, moving forward these will behave like Glimmer, and the player will not receive anything until they are below the cap. Before you panic, know any materials you have in the Postmaster will not get deleted. So that is basically what will be happening according to Bungie. So they say you can hold only 10 gold balls in the actual inventory, but you can also stash 10 more in the Postmaster on each of your 3 characters, giving you a theoretical cap of 40. The risk there is that if you don't keep your Postmaster clear, your hard-earned retirement gold balls may be deleted to make room for a worthless legendary engram, and losing a stack of gold balls in the Destiny 2 equivalent is being kicked in the groin by a horse. Well, that is something that will be extremely unpopular, I can tell you. Many people are doing pinnacle activities, and pinnacle activities in Destiny 2 are generating a lot of loot. So it's possible that unless you're going to the tower every single time after you completed some of them, you are going to be having your inventory there completely filled up, and therefore you will lose these items. So that's really no fun at all. Bungie reveals that Destiny 2's upcoming Season 22 will add new weapons to the game and will also shake up the materials economy. So that's partly linked with the posting I've just told you about. So we have the Lightfall DLC received mixed reviews, but Season of the Deep improved storytelling and introduced fishing as a popular activity. Players have a higher chance of obtaining richer weapons or armor, and the caps on masterwork materials are being increased. So Bungie announced that it is tweaking Destiny 2's economy along with post-match rewards obtained from ritual playlist activities, and is adding new weapons to the game. So as the Lightfall was really not well received, Bungie managed to right some of its wrongs with the season. It finally revealed that the Veil is and explained the origins of the game's biggest villain, the Witness. Bungie also added fishing as an activity to the game, which the community was really happy with. However, there were some complaints about the rewards obtained from ritual activities in the game that were highlighted after launch of Lightfall. To rectify this, Bungie has announced that it's making changes to the post-match reward system, and it's also changing up in the in-game economy. So I told you all about this, so I'm not going to go through this again. And I'm just curious about the weapons, what they said. The upcoming Season 22 will also buff Destiny's 2 underutilized exotics and nerf the best ones. Furthermore, Season 21 revealed that Savathûn will be coming back, which can be happening in Season 22 potentially. The upcoming season will also feature a reprise raid, which will be either Crota Ascent or Wrath of the Machine, according to certain leaks. So the raids from Destiny 1 are still being imported into the sequel. I think that's very good. Eventually we'll have all of the raids in the sequel. They'll be easier to access, and there'll be many more people coming in to play them. So that's definitely good news. So that's all from Game Rant and Games Radar, all related to Destiny. we've heard from Game Rant on the games that are featured on PlayStation Plus Premium and Extra, and they basically were talking about some games which they consider to be the best, right? The best games. And you know that the new PlayStation streaming service is divided into 3 different sections. You've got Essential, which is the basic one. You get a few games and then you get access to the multiplayer. Then you have Extra, so that's quite a few games and access to the multiplayer. And then the last one is Premium, and that includes all the games on offer, inclusive of some of those offered as game trials. They have quite a few game trials. I have to say there's quite a few titles, and they include some of the AAA blockbusters. The only difficulty for me there is that some of the game trials are not lasting longer than an hour or 2 hours. So that's very little. You know, for a big game like God of War Ragnarok, playing just 2 hours seems like you don't even do the customization well enough of the characters before the 2-hour period expires. So that seems to be defeating the purpose from my point of view. The actual game trial should be like a demo or with a lengthier section, and then you're being cut off once you reach it. It could be several sections of the game. Don't forget, if you allow, let's say, a couple of chapters, and if the chapters are not particularly long, it will take them quite a bit of time for the newbies to complete, so they'll still have an experience of playing this game for quite some time. Somebody who's a veteran of God of War, they'll just race through it. But having it actually timed within 120 minutes is just not really, doesn't feel right for me. But at the same time, I feel that that section on the game trials is one of the bonuses of us being on PlayStation Premium, as well as being able to access the classics from PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. And there are quite a few titles. Siphon Filter is one of those games I played extensively in the old days on PlayStation 1. It's a fantastic game, highly recommend to everyone, and all the installments are on PlayStation Plus a Premium, so you are going to be able to enjoy it. They've not been fully remastered, so they don't really look pristine, but still you're able to play them through the streaming services, and there's no need to be going to your garage to import your old PlayStation with the discs and everything. It's all instantly accessible and available. I think that if we're looking at those 3 sections, PlayStation Plus Premium is by far the best option, and it is a bit pricey. It costs $11.99 in America, and in here I think it costs about either $12.99 or $13.99. But if you are on the Premium, you are getting all the benefits identical to Essential and Extra, and then also you include a library of classic games for PS3, PS2, PSP and PS1. There's some PSP games actually, which I've not played ever before, and also you have cloud streaming in certain regions. So they have more than 700 games there. So let me see what they had been offering. We've seen that the games offered for free last month, actually this month, I stand corrected, were Alan Wake Remastered, and that really claimed it. So really excited about this game. I've not played the remastered version. Then Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and then there was the third one, and that is Kena Bridge of Spirits, the game I played on Xbox. A very good game, I've got to say. So that's really a very, very good selection of games. Ratchet is very popular, always enjoyable to play. Alan Wake, really like a prelude, the remastered version, before the sequel comes out. And then you also have Kena Bridge of Spirits, which is a very, very nice action-adventure RPG. So definitely highly recommended. Make sure if you're on PlayStation to click on the button and save all the games. Even if you never play them, just keep them in the vault. You never know. In a couple of years, you may fancy Kena or Alan Wake, and these games are going to be there for you to play at any time, offered to you for free by PlayStation. So let me just see. I think the Wolfenstein 2, the new Colossus. So that's offered as one of the best games. Rogue Legacy 2. Then they're recommending Chia. I agree with that actually. Chia is a very unusual game, beautiful graphics and action adventure, open world. You can literally walk around everywhere and explore all kinds of spaces in there. It has been also offered on PlayStation Extra, so that's the medium tier. Then one of the very best games, the selection that I have is Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection. If you're familiar with Naughty Dog's Masterpiece series, and this is the predecessor to The Last of Us. You definitely want to play all of them. They're really fantastic. They're a bit like Indiana Jones meeting Lara Croft, you know, that sort of thing, if you're familiar with the characters from the movies. And definitely worth a shot. Very good storytelling, beautiful environments, a lot of action, proper action adventure RPG. So then we have Humanity. I've not played the game. I've watched trailers and I've seen quite a bit about it, and it has been recommended as one of the best puzzles ever created. Whether or not you need to explore and find out for yourself. We have Marvel Spider-Man, Miles Morales. So that is certainly a very good game, and highly recommended to everyone, and I guess beautifully coupled with the recent release of Spider-Man animated film, which is still screening in our cinemas. Inscription is the other, so that is a roguelike deck builder. Then Horizon Forbidden West, that's one of the best games PlayStation had released over the recent years, so absolutely a must. We have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. I played that one on Xbox, very good game, very enjoyable and very funny. So it's basically a fighting game, beat them up, you know, keep coming and you need to beat everyone, and then you get scores. It reminds me of the old games I used to play on PC in the early 90s. The Legend of Dragoon, that is JRPG, also highly recommended. Devil May Cry 5, definitely make sure you play the more up to scratch version. I think they even remastered it. I'm not 100% sure, because I've seen the other, they have the original series remastered, but Devil May Cry 5 is a very entertaining game. If you're familiar with Capcom games, then you definitely know what we are talking about here. And the elements of that have been imported into Monster Hunter as well, you know, hack and slash type of strategies, and anyone who is a Capcom fan will love it, so definitely make sure you play it. Kingdom Hearts Collection, again, this is RPG, rhythm and action adventure game. The whole selection is in there. I think they have Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 remix, they have 2.8 final chapter prologue, they have Kingdom Hearts 3 and Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory. So all of these are there for your entertainment. Skyrim Special Edition, of course. The list just goes on and on. Lots of good games. Deathloop, I played it on Xbox as well. Deathloop is the predecessor to Redfall, right? And you have the same developer there, which is Arcane Studios. And unlike Redfall, which did not deliver, Deathloop was very warmly received, and the concept, the in-game mechanics and the ideas which you are witnessing in Deathloop are very similar in Redfall. The only difference is it's a different type of world with vampires and, you know, a town that's basically gone south, and with some of the heroes who are rescuing the locals from those beasts. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. This is also a very good game, accessible straight away on PlayStation Plus services, and that is on the premium edition, actually on the premium subscription. And it's a fairly recent game, released last year, 2 years ago actually, June the 10th of 2021. And then we have Dragon Ball Fighter Z, again a good game. I played it as well on Xbox. It's a fighting game and fairly relentless. There's lots of different matches. One of the very best games on PlayStation is Ghost of Tsushima, very highly acclaimed, frequently played, and many people loved it over the years. It's been around for about 2 years, and the director's cut is the version that they have there. So I guess similar to what you have on the Game Pass for the proprietary or the games which are exclusive to the platform. They provide the very best editions. For instance, you have the Master Chief Collection, which is the best edition of Halo on Xbox. You have the Ultimate editions of Gears of War 5 and 1. You have one which is fully remastered. I think that's Gears of War 1. And like any other, Skyrim, the Ultimate edition. The list just goes on. Yakuza Like a Dragon, a terrific game. Highly recommend it. I'm playing Yakuza Trilogy at the moment as it goes. Been playing it already for a while. That's 3, 4, and 5 remastered version. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age. I've not played that one. Oh no, I have played that one. It's a very, very good game as well. Very similar to Japanese animated films, you know, and it's sort of highly entertaining, deeply humorous, with lots of lovable characters. Just definitely a game you want to be playing. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Siege. It is a classic, the Rainbow Six Siege, I should say. It's been out already for 8 years. Returnal. This is quite an interesting space explorer, and you definitely want to try it. And I guess it's similar to the games like Resogun and Alienation, but at the same time I think it's more like sci-fi roguelike, and also it's, I guess, having a stab at the kind of horror genre. So you have this character called Celine. She's a pilot who becomes stuck on a planet and within a time loop. I guess if you watched Gravity with Sandra Bullock and George Clooney, it does have the same sort of lost in space aura, and it's very, very scary. It Takes Two, that is Joseph Fares's game. Hazelight Studios, very, very entertaining. It's a game you need to play with a mate, so have proper co-op, story driven. And the list just goes on and on and on, and I don't want to tell you any more about these titles because you will get a headache. There are too many titles to choose from. Anyway, to summarize, Horizon Zero Dawn, Final Fantasy, God of War, you know, just to mention a few of these heavyweights, all of them available on PlayStation Plus, and particularly on that premium subscription that gives you also a game trial. So definitely I'd recommend it to everyone to try, and you can decide for yourself whether you like it or not. If you take it for 1 month, it will be of no great expense, and you can try all the games and walk through them, have like a couple of weeks where you're just hammering everything. Keep in mind that some of the games are massive and they'll take you dozens or hundreds of hours to complete, so the ongoing subscription may be required. The only thing you need to pay attention to if you are on the streaming platform, and I really want to stress this, right? So it's very, very important. Not sure whether this has been enhanced on PlayStation 5, but I use PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 does not have a fully integrated save facility, right? So what you're getting is separate saves for the games which are played off your hard drive compared to the ones played on the streaming platform. Give an example. I played The Last of Us. On my PS4, and I installed it on the hard drive, and all the saves are there. I wanted to double check how that all worked through the streaming on PlayStation Plus platform, because I want to see which was enough, and just a routine check. So once I've gone from the game that was installed on my hard drive to the PlayStation Plus version, which is delivered virtually, right, from the cloud, none of the saves registered. None. The reason for that was you have to be importing the saves either onto the cloud, or from the cloud you need to be importing them to the hard drive, and that's a real major headache. It's very annoying. So as a matter of principle, I keep doing that for every single game that I play on PlayStation to make sure that my saves are fully preserved. So that's the downside of the streaming platform, or I should say that's the downside of the console. It doesn't have everything fully automated and as proprietary as we have it with Xbox. In that, there's no problem. Anytime you come in, the saves which it had in the past are all saved on the cloud at all times. So it functions on a much more advanced, a lot better level. And somebody told me yesterday, I can't remember who I talked to, I think it was here live on our broadcast, that they basically lost all of the saves. Well, they didn't really lose the saves, but they weren't really properly importing them. The saves were somewhere. They were either on the cloud for the streaming platform, or they were saved on the hard drive, right? So if they were saved on the hard drive, then before you deleted the game, you should have re-uploaded them to the cloud. And then once they're there, they will be there forever, and you can obviously bring them back at any other time if you are going to play the game. Yet again, the actual fact, once you load the game will ask you whether you want to be importing the saves, and you can just import. So that's fairly straightforward. But don't forget, the whole principle of saving is critical for any kind of video gaming online, and we definitely want to have that fully sorted. We don't want to be having the saves, or particularly the saves of lengthy games like Skyrim or Mass Effect, to be completely lost due to negligence, lack of knowledge, or any other fault. Assassin's Creed Valhalla players can no longer access some of the very interesting time-limited content that the game had previously offered. Curious to see what that is. So that is basically some activity which is seasonal and time limited through festivals and events, and that is leading to the loss of story moments and unique cosmetic items. Ubisoft's decision to remove this content has been criticized by very many players, with some suggesting that the events could have been triggered on certain dates to prevent them from being forgotten. With Ubisoft shifting focus to the next entry in the franchise, Assassin's Creed Mirage, players can expect a smaller map size, a return to stealth and parkour gameplay, and the ability to play as Basim ibn Ishaq for the first time. So, Ubisoft is done launching new content for Valhalla, which includes updates and the game's famous festivals. Released back in 2020, 3 years ago, Assassin's Creed Valhalla is one of the most famous games Ubisoft ever made, one of the most successful, of course. This entry in the Assassin's Creed series was so successful that Valhalla was the first Ubisoft title to make $1 billion, a sum that considers the sales of the base game, all of its expansions and microtransactions. So it's everything basically wrapped up together. Part of why Valhalla thrived was due to having so much content, allowing players to have fun with it hundreds of hours, but it seems that some of it has now gone forever. You know, I've got a problem with that. I talked about that at length here in relation to Destiny. I find that to be absolutely crazy. If you had purchased the content and you paid your dollar for it, it needs to be there. And like I said many times here on the broadcast, if one company is allowed to do that and the regulator is not stepping in to press on the content remaining fully active, all the other companies who cotton on do the same. It becomes like new normal. If you allowed online casinos to be operating without any restrictions, everyone would do it. And what would happen then? I didn't tell you. The issue was brought to attention by a gamer called whatever on Reddit. The player complained that several excellent story moments are now lost forever due to festivals not being available anymore. Festivals were an important part of AC Valhalla's seasonal content. They included several events such as Yuli and Ostara festivals, for instance, often lasted around a month and commemorated dates that were special to Nordic culture. In these events, participants could experience new bits of story, engage in different activities, and even earn unique cosmetic items. In the comments of the post, many people criticized Ubisoft's decision to simply let this content be forgotten in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Well, now that Ubisoft is done with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, all eyes are now on the next entry of the franchise, which will be released on October the 12th, and that's Assassin's Creed Mirage. So it will have a smaller map size when compared to recent games, focus more on stealth and parkour, some aspects that the series toned down lately, making it ideal for classic fans. Well, I'm a bit uneasy about these smaller maps, you know. As soon as they go down the route of smaller maps, there's less activity, and you can make smaller maps more difficult to complete, with the bosses that are hard to eliminate, and the need for maybe more stealth, and you know, if the decision to make smaller maps is based on the quality gameplay and the content that will be exciting for the viewers, then that's fine. If it's purely based on cost-effective exercises, or you know, the cutting down of the expenditure, then obviously it is going to be raising eyebrows amongst the many. Well, I'm unhappy by this, I've got to say. It seems to me that Ubisoft are going down the route that we've seen here with Bungie. Bungie was the first company doing this on a grander scale. You paid for the content for months and years, and then they just decide to vault it. You can't access it anymore. And Matthias told me that the catch-22 in terms of the legal is that the agreement that you had with them for the online services is that you are, in effect, borrowing the game content from them to the server. what you paid for is not the overall outright ownership. It is the borrower status. And let's investigate this. I think that is really rather dubious, and I think it's similar to what you have with services like Netflix or Amazon Prime. The difference there is you're not purchasing those titles individually. You're purchasing a subscription that's giving you access to all the titles. And I think for myself, there is a distinct difference when you look at what we have here with Destiny and this online universe. The online universe is accessible as we paid for the game, with hard cash. Blizzard officially confirms that it is taking a hardline stance against third-party software in Diablo 4, warning players not to use it. Well, that's surprising. They don't want any third-party elements to come in and affect the earnings. So they don't want to allow them, as Blizzard aims to protect the game's economy and loot balancing from unfair advantages. The always online live service features of Diablo 4 require the developer to maintain control over the game code, necessitating the prohibition of certain third-party overlays and add-ons. I worry that's going to happen to Twitch, because I'm using the third parties in order to get my overlays and get my stream really to look as beautiful as it does today, and I'm certain that really concerns them dreadfully. They've not made it accessible to the consoles. That's just, the problem right at the beginning of it all. Had they made it accessible to the consoles from day one, people wouldn't go to the third-party providers. After the third-party providers get involved, few years later, you are to be introducing your own service providing the same. Well, you're a bit late. Let's face the facts. You should have been there right from the beginning. So players find relying on mods such as Turbo HUD 4, which are at risk of disciplinary action by Blizzard, which may include permanent suspension in severe cases of abuse. Well, it's all down to monetization. I mean, I can understand it to a degree, but at the same time, if you are running a game like Diablo, you should be in full control over what third parties you're allowed to be using your data or accessing your service, and you need to be very strict on that, and therefore those you allow can have the partnership and pay you the dollar, and the others simply should be outflanked. I think it's all well and fine for that to be applied, because these companies invest huge amounts of money into the production of these games, and there are other people who would want to be making bucks on other people's work without major effort, and I think that is completely unacceptable. It's something that we should be prohibiting at all times. These games have been a huge labour of love. They've taken many, many years to create, and they still require a lot of time and input in order to be properly maintained, as is the case with Diablo and Destiny. So the publisher and developer need to be very careful what companies they allow to be meddling into their affairs, and they will have to have some sort of formal agreement for which everyone will benefit. Capcom games are selling exceptionally well, boosted by Street Fighter 6 and Resident Evil 4 Remake. The Q1 net sales from across the business are up 75%, so that's fantastic. According to the latest financial report, which states game sales specifically grew from 11.7 million units to 13.5 million units year on year. So much of that is down to the success of Street Fighter 6, and that the game released last month, which so far has been amassing more than 2 million sales. Resident Evil Remake, meanwhile, sold almost 1.2 million units in the last quarter, bringing its total sales up to 5 million units since its release in March. That's a very, very solid kind of record, really, do you think? Considering the game was around in the past and selling up to 5 million units since its release in March within the last 4 or 5 months. That's very encouraging. And I'm not surprised. Lots of people who played it, I've not played the remastered version, said that it was amazing. And don't forget, Resident Evil 4 was ranked to be the best one in the series, and I think generally anyone who's been with the series from the beginning will tell you Resident Evil 4 is just by far the best. So no wonder that the remaster has been so very popular. And they said that also Capcom will be making quite a bit of revenue through the release of Resident Evil Death Island and the next Capcom Pro Tour 2023 esports tournament. So I think that's the esports tournament that will be traveling around a bit. That's my assumption. And Resident Evil predictably tops the list with 146 million units, and it's followed by Monster Hunter with 94 million units. That's fantastic. That's really incredible. Street Fighter is in the third place with 52 million units, but actually, if you look at it, the Street Fighter made up money in a very, very short period of time. I beg your pardon, they're referring to Street Fighter series rather than Street Fighter 6. Okay, fair enough. That's followed by Mega Man, 40 million units, Devil May Cry, 29 million units, and Dragon's Dogma, 7.7 million units. So, as you could see, their books are looking rather healthy. We have 3 other bits of news here for you, very brief. Sea of Thieves Season 10, if you are playing this wonderful multiplayer on Xbox, is going to be delayed. Its release is going to be delayed until October. So it was to come out more or less immediately, and there are some technical issues, and therefore they will allow extra 3 or 4 months for that to be fully done and dusted. We did mention what the games are going to be for the next month on PlayStation Plus. You have 2K23, so it's a golf game, Tiger Woods on the front page. Then we have Dreams, which is a popular PS4 adventure game, and then we have also a PS5, PS4 game called Death's Door. So these 3 are offered free of charge. If you are on PlayStation, make sure you always claim them every single month. Don't forget, if you do not claim them by a certain date, then they're gone, and therefore you will not given any freebies, and you will not be able to play them free of charge in the future. See, what's that? Yeah, we've got the last bit in here related to Xbox, and that's from Eurogamer. Xbox launches shiny new home dashboard for Series X and S1 consoles, and that is all coming out this week. So that's been launched, and not everyone will be getting it on the same day, as it's being rolled out in different regions on separate dates. And let me just see. The new look dashboard has been known about and used by Xbox insiders for several months, but over the next few weeks it will be made available to the rest of the XS and One community. The new designs come following first feedback, and its arrival on consoles will make discovering new games and rediscovering old ones easier. So first of all, it makes it easy to go to your library. The Microsoft Store, Xbox Game Pass search and settings will be at the very top of your home by introducing a quick access menu. In fact, I've tested it, and it looks very much like what you'll be getting on your PC. And the thinking behind it is that they want Game Pass to be very much aligned with PC time to come. So anyone who's a PC gamer, by looking at the new layout, will be obviously digging that straight away. It looks very similar to some other apps that they would be using on their PCs. So that's the thinking, that's the idea behind it. It creates more space for your personalized background by simplifying the layout and putting the games you recently played and other content and apps towards the bottom of the screen. It's quite true. I've got, well, I've had several in the past, but presently the last 2 I've had were Redfall, and at the moment I have Diablo 4, the theme, and they're beautiful. Both themes are beautiful. They very much capture the flavor of those games. And then, as it stands today, before the update to the new layout, you get all the other displays across the screen which are preventing you from seeing the theme, and there's no way through which you can move them around or make sure the theme is more visible. That will change as the displays of other games and apps will be brought down to the very bottom of the screen, so it will be less than 1/4 of the screen occupied by these, and the rest will be just having your theme fully on display. And that's very good. I really like the idea, and I like the way it looked. Then it adds an option to change your background to match the game you're highlighting in the recently playlist. Improves game discovery by introducing lists of games curated and personalized for you. Allows you to customize your experience by pinning your favorite games, curated groups and system groups like Quick Resume to home. Helps you find what's going on in your community through the updated Friends and Community updates. Shows you what media apps and content are available to you via a watch and listen spotlight and a list of entertainment apps. All of these things will make it really easier to access those sections of the console. The only trouble I have is if there are too many options, you get just lost. You're just oversaturated. Too many things are happening at the same time. Too many options there for you to use. What will you use first? But integrating search with some of the other things I just read out seems to me like a very, very good way forward. Okay, so that is all as far as the news are concerned. Now we go back to Destiny. We'll go back to just quickly dig up the news which I had singled out for us to read. Just bear with me. We have several messages that came in through Reddit, and they are from a variety of Destiny community members. Some are aligned with this channel, others are just members of Reddit. So Linkensky says, the Final Shapes core campaign can't just foreshadow the true ending for Seasons to deal with over another year. So he wrote a lengthy message here saying, true ending to Light vs. Dark saga, not the franchise. I know. But in all ways, Final Shape is kind of the end of Destiny as we've known it from the day one. It will end the premise set up by the Destiny 1, somehow replace it with a conflict to be focused on in a new saga. The main campaign of the next expansion can't pull a Lightfall and say the explanation will be told over Seasons, just to get people to stay for the final act's post-game content. In terms of plot structure, a final DLC like this requires a bombastic, definitive send-off right away, and then have the more unanswered questions and epilogue for characters as DLC. We should know for a full year what the Traveler originally was, if that's the big twist of the saga, for example, for a full year, but be left with a few odd questions like what will happen to Earth now? What about the Iron Lords? What about the Fallen, Hive and the Vex? You can't leave us asking really basic questions like, so what even was the Traveler? What did the Witness actually do? Where did the Core and Cade go? What is the light and the darkness after all? Whatever happens, Bungie should pride themselves of this one-type opportunity of 10 years to give that one definitive answer to the biggest mystery, and whatever happens, fans will have to wrestle with that whatever they wrote. Was it? We shouldn't be left with another year of fundamental speculation of what we even saw. Just make a hard definitive answer to the established plot, and if all goes to hell, you can say at least we tried, or at least it had an ending, instead of we are not explaining. All is open to interpretation, but do not worry, we will explain something in the next seasons. Explaining isn't all that fun. Just explain the plot up front through a climactic endgame and an impressive raid, and then lets people's 10-year attachment fade into the acceptance over a year. Nothing's happened yet. I just worry because of the messaging I get with Lightfall, which seems like Bungie going into those new ideas. Mode in the penultimate story chapter out of fear of admitting they seriously do not know where this is going. Well, this is somebody who is a huge enthusiast, a dedicated veteran and fan of Destiny, and somebody who likes RPGs and is dedicated to storytelling everywhere, Destiny included. And everything he said there is a speculation. He is just asking the Bungie team not to be forgetting that people love watching cutscenes, people love reading about what will happen next, people are in awe of the story and the campaign missions. I think his speculation is unfounded. I think the overall picture we're getting is that Destiny is progressing down the route which will make it look a bit like Bethesda games. A lot more interactivity, a lot more story-driven content, with some activities based on multiplayer and also PvP. It's all speculative. We need to wait and see. It is good to see that many community members are asking for more on the story mission front. and more of the explanatory type of activity, as I feel that the storytelling, particularly in Destiny 1, has been the game's weakness. The game's strength was non-linear storytelling, the merger of various activities into one through the story that is basically tying them together. But however, the story is not either clear or sort of precisely told. Very, very difficult to catch up with all the names, all the enemies, all the planets, and all the guys that are involved in that war. Very difficult to make head or tail of it. And the fact is, many people were doing Grimoire tales, the Grimoire section in Destiny 1, and some of our community members, in fact, ordered the book, which would have been a proper big book published with the tales, with the quests, with the legends, with the chronicles, for those veterans to learn from. So they'd read a book, to find out what is happening in the game. I'm against that. I think this is just not on. The game has got to be self-explanatory. We need to be able to pull the loose ends together and understand what is actually going on. And still, I believe that even in the sequel, with all of that storytelling input, we are still left in the dark. Things are not clear. I mean, are you clear about the Traveler? And are you clear about the Witness? And how, for instance, two of them are linked? We've had this cutscene indicating that Traveler did something wrong, and therefore the Traveler and his species are turned against... The Traveler did something wrong to the Witness, and the Witness's species are turned against the Traveler for whatever reason. But that was just told in a short cutscene, and that's it. We should have had a lot more of that within the game. And if they want to be expanding on the story, they could be basically making like Destiny Chronicles, and each section could be like a small episode, like what you have in television series, prequels, sequels, and they all merge together with the main narrative, and you get to know about everyone, and you can access any of the chapters at any time. That possibly will be made accessible as we get to the new tech offering. Just bear with me a second. The new tech offering a lot more space and storage. I think the game as it stands today will have a difficulty with everything being included. The tech is evolving rapidly every single day, so it's possible in a few years we are going to be able to access it and see it all in one piece. I'm very encouraged to hear that the new raid from Destiny 1, or I should say another raid from Destiny 1, will be imported for the next season, and that will be greatly appreciated. If it's Wrath of the Machine, that's the most popular raid of Destiny 1, everyone will migrate and try it there. Don't forget, the raids in Destiny 2 are more advanced technically, be it for the graphics or in-game mechanics or anything else, and therefore they will be very, very popular. So there are lots of different comments on this, and I won't actually go into this. I think he has given us some food for thought with his statements, which is fairly lengthy, almost like an essay. It's Mr. Linkensky, so I thank him for his comments and views. Then we have another one, and that is from Mad Maximus. I think we've seen Mad Maximus in Destiny 1 a little while back. Here, live on air. You get one red border for every Nimuna weapon by completing the campaign and the side quest Nimbus offers. This is per character, not per account, so running it on all 3 characters puts you at 3 to 5 for all of the Nimuna weapons. Doesn't fix the fundamental issue of the drop rate, but it does shorten the grind a little. I used it to get them all crafted. So Chrono Crusade says, do not pick up the armor. This forces the Nimuna loot pool to only have the weapons for that class, that while you're getting the new subclass of Pinnacle Power Grind, you have much of a better chance to get the weapons to drop red bordered, or you can use the harmonizers on ones that drop. Sniper and GL are not that great anyway. Well, that's a tactic, that's a strategy that somebody can apply if they wanted, I think, and it's one of the strategies that at times appears to be very, very popular. We need to find a way through which we are going to be getting the best weapons, and for myself also with deep focusing, the question is which ones I'll prioritize and how I will be able to craft them. So lots of people asking questions about his suggestion. What's the best way of prevent the repetition of useless armor and you know, the sub questions in there. You can see it on my Reddit. If you go there, you'll be able to spot it straight away. And Ajatani says, wish I knew this before, but I'm also at rank 40 with the You Only Get Weapons Now perk. Does the rank up perk also count for powerful pinnacles? And Chrono Crusade tells him that perk is only for the engrams that Nimbus gives you from rank ups. Talk to Nimbus to the top right of the menu with the rank bar. Those engrams is what that perk is talking about. It's why you had to collect all of them before you could even collect the perk. Way to extend the grind for the red borders. She Devil says, I will say that even with a fully crafted chain reaction, I rarely take my loop. That thing is an absolute beast. Quite possibly the all-around best special in the game if you want good at clear, extremely good ammunition economy, and the ability to jolt and stupidly good single target BC, or how the origin trait pairs with it. So while it's rough to get, I can 100% say it is worth for the weapon alone. I guess it's a question of choice, you know. Some people will prefer this weapon, others will find another to be more applicable. I mean, I talked about Cerberus quite a few times for myself being very useful in the Crucible, and other people laughed it off. But, you know, it depends on your internet connection. If you're entering the PvP, depends on your armor, depends on the overall style of gameplay. And, you know, some people like one weapon the best. We've seen, for instance, the discussions about Sleeper Simulant to Black Spindle and, you know, Galahorn. Depends on what kind of gameplay style people have. I don't think there's one option for everyone, and the beauty of Destiny is it gives you all these options. You can just pick up and choose for yourself. The lengthy grinds are there, and I guess the best way of doing it is to maybe researching it a bit on the net to see what people had debated in terms of what the best weapons are, and then from the descriptions you can pick up and choose the ones that suit your game style, and then you can grind them. You can work on them. Like I can tell you, I love the fact I've been grinding and leveling up my Glaive, and Glaive. I mean, and Glaive has been for me one of the best weapons of Destiny 2. Many people complained about it, didn't like the use of it, but I find it to be really remarkable for my hunter in the sequel. If I want to be working together with a team of 3 or 6, it's a perfect weapon combined with tether, combined with a sword, where you are then tethering and you are using the Glaive for quick melee if you want to be eliminating the tethered enemies, or if you want to be responding to somebody else's super that tethered the enemies. You come in there with Glaive, and the melee it has after you crafted the weapon and after you leveled up 50 or 60 level is phenomenally powerful. I mean, even some of the bosses will just be blown into smithereens straight away. So definitely worth considering. So yesterday we've had a few people popping in, and one person popping in who was asking us whether we could help him with the raid, and he said he's never done any raids, therefore he needs some assistance, tutorials and help, and he was doing it on Xbox. So if our friends watching today, I can tell you we are still trying to get people to help you. It will take us a bit of time because the vast majority of people here are on Xbox, on PlayStation rather than Xbox. And we'll get somebody to come in and help you. But the question I had today from Ichi Combination is as follows. He said, I just did my first raid ever, and he's quite new to the game, and he's been playing the game for about a month, and I think that doing a raid after a month is a bit too early. But nevertheless, if he was there with a team that wanted to teach him, that's fine. And if he states to everyone that he had never done a raid. Yesterday we had some questions coming from the veterans who said that people would have gone into the raids and they boasted about doing them many times before, and actually from the gameplay they figured that they've never done that before. They knew very little about what was to be done there, and therefore caused a major headache for those people who were veterans who were needing to carry the rest unnecessarily. So this is a different kind of question that he raised. He said, I started playing a month or so ago after getting a bit bored with everything else, and so far been having a good time. I have only 2 friends who play a bit less than me, but we've done a couple of dungeon strikes and I think 2 campaigns. Thing is, they do not want to LFG really, so I opted just to try to one myself. I joined a random LFG for Root of Nightmares, which I had heard was easy and could be pretty short. Well, it's not a very good idea to be relying on inaccurate postings on Reddit or Twitter. It's essential that one actually is doing a bit more of the research and finding out for himself what I apologize, my voice. I apologize, my voice is playing up a bit, and talked a lot, so probably I just got vector somewhat. Yeah, I was going to say that not doing the research and not reading a variety of different postings indicating what needs to be done in the raid is not a good idea. You can get completely wrong assumption based on flimsy comments, and therefore you can come in and enrage others for not being prepared. So this chap says, the Rupert join was great and basically carried me through the entire thing without me saying really anything until the end. The only time I interacted with the buff was during the jumping puzzle portion. I basically just cleared ads and tried not to die and make it appear that I knew what I was doing. The entire thing took about 40 minutes. I can't really empathize with how easy it was. Emphasize, I beg your pardon. I can't actually read today properly. I can't emphasize how easy it was, he says. All of you have more experience than me, but I found it a bit disappointing, honestly, that raid. Grasp of Avarice was a ton of fun with me and a couple of buds because we had no idea what to do, and it took a while, but it felt really rewarding. Well, it's different if the whole lot of you go in there and goof around and have fun. That's fine. But if like two people who know nothing about the raid come into the team of 4 professional raiders, that's going to be definitely raising eyebrows. So it's not a good idea. People need to state their preference and their experience immediately, right at the onset, and therefore the decisions can be taken which are appropriate, and they will avoid any further confrontation or unpleasantries that indeed could be taking place there. Don't forget, raids are the most competitive part of this game, and people who do them on a regular basis are generally competitive gamers. They will do them for that reason. They will do them in order to get the score, to get the results, to be able to do as fast as possible, as clear as possible, with as few deaths as possible. And obviously they will not want to are not knowledgeable about what to do. I'm not sure I can find 6 or 9 friends to go into raid blind, even if I meet more people through LFG, and I can see myself running into people who just want to grind raids and loot as fast as they can, which was basically my experience today. For future raids, do people suggest I research builds and encounters before I go in, or should I try finding a really patient Sherpa? Feels dumb to waste another player's time like that, but researching the raid before playing it definitely lessens the experience for me personally. However, I'd probably rather go in prepared than waste someone's time. I guess in general I'm just trying to figure out how to slide into endgame content in the most enjoyable way. In general, I tend to think the game could use more matchmaking, like is Salvage Legend really that hard with 5 randos? Also, I didn't get my shotgun. So let's see what other people advised. I mean, I can just say that I don't really agree with what he had suggested in there. I feel that being taught by other people is not going to lessen the experience. I'd say that it's a good idea to advertise and to use various news groups and forums online in order to get into a team that is very experienced. So you will come in as, let's say, the 6th member. The rest of them are very experienced, and they will know that you are not knowledgeable, and they will be basically showing you the ropes. As one person with a team of 6 who is not knowledgeable, you will not be a huge burden. You see what I mean? If you have 3 people coming in who are exactly the same, just literally walked in blind and they know nothing about what to do, then it is going to be a serious problem, because the other guys don't want to be entering that sort of environment. Very important that you state everything in advance for the ones who are coming in to know exactly what stage of gameplay you're at, what type of experience you have. And you may well be very experienced with Strikes, Crucible and campaigns, and completely experienced with raids. So that's needs to be stated. And any form of learning takes time and patience, and not everyone who does competitive gaming is patient. So you need to prepare them in advance. If you tell them, I'm not really particularly skilled to do that, they'll tell you, well, fair enough, but we don't have time to do that at the moment. Come back on another day, or we'll arrange an appointment, or we'll do it some other time, and things will be hunky-dory. Going in blind and lying is not the way to do the raid, and it's not the way to play video games online at all. Right? That's just the premise that everybody needs to accept. And there is a lot of research material online, and I agree, it's a lot better to be learning from others. So my advice to our friend is called Itchy Combination, right? My advice to your friend is, come to a channel like mine, or any other channel which is dedicated to Destiny and community activity, and talk about it, and you will get there half dozen people who are just like you, right? And they will want to come in, and they will want to be trying it. In fact, I can tell you, I know there are people like Matthias or Lupus Arius here who will be more than prepared to be just one experienced member, like a tutor, to run a raid for everyone to learn. But you've got to be a member of one online community attached to a channel on Twitch or YouTube, a channel that is community based, so it's not competitive, right? It's very important, and a channel that will have such people, Destiny veterans, who want to be training you in a separate session. So it will not be important for the tutor whether the result is of this other kind. He will want to be training those 5 people to tell them exactly what to do for them to learn. They could do like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs on the raid. They'll have a lot of fun, and that's going to be the very best learning experience. I'm not a person who likes reading lengthy articles like walkthroughs, and I don't like watching videos, which I believe would sometimes spoil the enjoyment of the in-game activity for me. Doing it together live online within a live forum is the best way through which you can learn, and you will be an active participant. Maybe sometimes you can watch when they do it, and then next time you come in. But just think about the suggestion I mentioned: 1 tutor, 5 rookies, and that will be great fun. It's like when you have people being trained on football strategies or tactics. They will have to have some experienced teachers, and these guys are going to be training the lads that they're learning how to go up the ladder, how to learn the tricks, and that's going to be great fun for everyone. But they know exactly what the roles are right from the onset, and that's most important. That's critical. The last bit of community-based news today for us is about dungeons. So our friend Organic Match says, why are dungeons so inconsistent with the rest of the game? A quote from the update today: we want players to have great agency in the rewards that they're chasing. Specifically not in dungeons though, our friend asks. So playlist activities are having the weapon drop rates increased, and targeting made easier by weapons being focusable right out of the gate. So the reward systems are being updated yet again. New raids are released with updated reward systems in both focusing and crafting, and all the raids are being updated to match. We have 1 left, and then all of them will have both focusing and crafting, save for BOG, which does have focusing. I imagine I'll be updated with crafting as well. Yet dungeons are still left neglected with dated reward systems that are inconsistent with the rest of the game. They have neither focusing nor crafting, nor the older ones are not being updated. 2 of them still do not even have their own weapons. This inconsistency in equal parts is baffling and frustrating. I don't understand why this one activity has been left behind. After all this time, no one I play with wants to run dungeons after a few times, or if they get the exotic, and no one ever talks about going for weapon rolls because of how unreliable and unfun farming them are. I've never gotten the roll I want on a dungeon weapon, ever. Not even one. Please, 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 Bungie, give me a reason to repeatedly play dungeons. Please make them feel worth playing. Please make them consistent with the rest of the game. This is very important. this is a sort of a comment, and these are the thoughts that really make you wonder, why on earth is Bungie asking people to buy those dungeon keys? You will get them, I believe, if you buy the Ultimate Edition. But if you have to purchase them separately, what's the purpose? Just for the experience of it, and you're not being properly rewarded? Dungeons are a step up from Nightfalls, right? So they're a bit more difficult. And I've done quite a few dungeons with our friends here. We had a lot of fun, but they can be very, very annoying if, for instance, you have 2 rather than 3 players in a dungeon that want to be completing it, and then they're being constantly killed. So it is a challenge worth having. It's a challenge to which people, if they do it consistently, will acquire additional skills. So it's not all about the rewards. But for a regular Destiny veteran who wants to be getting the good loot and having something new from week to week, certainly this is grossly disappointing. And I've not gone in there in order to get the loot, because I'm opposing the idea by which we need to be purchasing these extra keys. I think that is really distasteful and unacceptable. I think all the content needs to be available through what we purchased. So if a dungeon is coming in with a seasonal content, it has got to be provided within the seasonal content. Full stop. We pay £12 per season, and the content has got to be there. I don't want to be buying extra keys and loot and skins and God knows what. It's just not on. It's a very crafty, insidious way through which the developer wants to get under our skin in order to make us cough up that cash. If they said, this is what we are going to be providing, and the dungeon is not going to be part of it, that's fine, because we will know right from the onset. They can't be talking, you'll get the new dungeon with the season, and then you have to be purchasing the key separately from what you paid for. Anyway, it's just my thoughts. So our friend A Party in My Pants says, yep, that is pretty much it. I imagine it is because raids have historically held nearly BIS weapons in a variety of cases. And as they're sort of the marquee Destiny event activity, they will get that refresh. And I understand the update for ritual activities. I mean, Strikes, Crucible, Gambit is what you're supposed to play when there is nothing else in the game to play. They probably looked at the metrics, realized dungeon playtime drops precipitously after the first few weeks outside of some random master artifice farming, whereas raids kind of do not lose that momentum. Just looking at the LFG right now, there is a ton of groups for Root and VOG, and a bunch for DSC, Last Wish, and even some for Garden. But looking at dungeon LFGs outside of Ghost, they're all pretty much like Ghost towns. Our friend Taralasian Praxic said, you're probably absolutely right about the play metrics, but wouldn't dungeons be played more frequently by more people if they had raid quality loot? Just add spoils as a possible drop from your first weekly clear of each dungeon, and I'll play one every week. Well, to be honest with you, I think the issue there needs to be the motivation. What's the reason for you to play a dungeon? You've seen with the Iron Banner, for instance, there is a link between the Crucible matches and the rewards and everything else. And when you're doing Solstice of Heroes, you'll have quite a selection of different activities tied in with a task. The task being yourself leveling up your armor and doing a variety of different events. So there needs to be a system for which the dungeon presence and activity will be integrated very well with all other aspects of Destiny. I think as a single standalone section of the game, it may not be performing, and like any challenge that you face in a video game, if it is there for a long time without any major changes, it becomes boring. You've gone there many times, and it's interesting and exciting if you are a person who's running a Twitch channel, and therefore you're getting very many new members who are doing it again and again, because with every new membership you are like to have a very different type of experience of that environment. If you're a solo gamer, if you have a couple of friends to play with, that's going to be dead boring in a few weeks or a few months as it goes, and you will not be able to, or you will not want to be going back. I keep saying that the Battle Royale games that I consider to be by far the best, Warzone and Apex, and we have Overwatch as well, of course, but I think Warzone and Apex excel with the types of maps they offer. It's all down to the people who are coming in. I've done countless matches in either of the games, and every single time it's a different game. It's the same environment, the places, your bearings, but every single time it's a different game depending on who you play against. And you will get that experience with dungeons if you are constantly changing your team membership. If you're doing it always with your own group of people, the same 3, the same 6, the same 9, that experience will not be there. Hence the benefit of being able to run a Twitch channel and having your community full on board. Doing a dungeon whilst you're talking to others at the same time, so it's a different experience, very interactive. But the bottom line is, what is the purpose of you doing it continuously and consistently? Are you doing it for the score? Are you doing it for your entertainment and fun? Are you doing it because of your teammates? Are you doing it just because you have nothing else to do? Or are you doing it just because you hate it? So all these questions will pop up, and you will have to answer them sooner or later. And I guess that needs to be examined accordingly. I just want to say, I agree with our friend when he says that we are getting the loot, which isn't good enough. That is a serious problem with all these long-time online games, where we come to some degree of completion. We'll feel that they'll tell us that Destiny is still evolving. It is evolving. We have extra chapters. There's more story, this and the other. But the crux of it all is you got the best weapons. You actually got them, and you can use them from time to time in all of these activities. It's unlikely that they'll be able to, within a period of 10 years, come up with new weapons with new abilities, something that would change the way you behave, the way you play a character. I guess in some games, like in Black Desert, for instance, they keep introducing different characters. Or in Apex, you have every now and then a new legend introduced to the selection of the guys you can play. They come up with different abilities, and that is really quite an ingenious concept. You will keep many people in the arena for that reason alone, and the characters are very different. They have very different abilities. So as such, that provides you with this opportunity to experiment, to experience the game from a different perspective, to watch it through a different pair of eyes. I think Destiny is not giving us that opportunity at the moment. And I talked extensively about Destiny perhaps building a Battle Royale map through which something similar could be applied. And just try to think, there are many characters in Destiny which are not playable at present. We have obviously 3 Guardians as the characters we can play within this universe. And if you had, for instance, 20 to choose from, or 30, or even 10, and they would not be just Guardians, some of them would be enemies. Like in some games you can play terrorists, and you can play the enemies, and you can play against each other. That would make it interesting. That would make it replayable, and you can be getting different loot. Sometimes the loot you're picking up will be item or character specific. And there are lots of different versatile options that can be applied if the developer guys get their heads together and come up with something of that sort. PvP in Destiny, for me, is the weakest part of this game. It is very pedestrian. It's small death matches are not interesting to me, and quite frankly, when I go there, I have a bit of fun. Maximum I play 3 matches on a trot, and that's it for me. That's enough for one day or for maybe the whole week. I'll play them always if they're tied in with Iron Banner or any other activities, but otherwise it's not the kind of area where I want to go. I can't understand for the life of me as to why some people find it so rewarding and exciting. Bang bang, dead dead, up up, go ahead, bang bang, dead dead, res res. It just seems completely pointless. And that is the section of the game that requires a lot more work. It needs to be given bigger, better maps and a different sort of activity. As we've seen with a variety of different PvP games, there are games that are excelling and there are games that are failing. We've had games like, for instance, Rogue Company that also have very small maps, but there aren't that many characters in there, and they do feel, to a degree, I have to say, more tactical. They're not perfect, but there is this sort of there's some sort of element of greater tactics applied rather than just speed and, well, I want to stress as well, the question of latency and your internet connection, which is very much at stake in the PvP here called the Crucible. Right, my friends, I talked quite a lot about all these different topics. We talked about the news, we talked about the problems with Twitch, we talked about our community members, we debated questions and issues that were raised by various community members on Reddit and here. And now's the time to crack on with some gameplay here. Destiny, Hunter, Human Male, DB Miller, that is next. Well, my friends, I actually received some news from one of our community members. He just pinged me a message, and that's related to what I was just describing. And he said, Destiny 2 glitch gives players double rewards. Check this out. Well, I'm not aware of this, and I'm grateful to our friend for sending us this. What he says, there's a link here taken from GameRant, indicating that a peculiar Destiny 2 glitch is allowing players to stack double Gambit bounties, with rumours of other vendors being affected as well. A new glitch in Destiny 2 allows players to obtain double the amount of Gambit bounties by swapping subclasses, potentially giving them an advantage. This glitch has been observed in the Gambit vendor, but other players claim it can also occur with other playlist vendors, although these claims are unconfirmed. Bounties have changed since the Beyond Light expansion, now primarily providing vendor rank, progress and XPs for the season pass, as well as the granting by dust. Well, basically what it means is if you are getting the glitch and doubling up the rewards, it means you'll be ranking up much faster on the seasonal front, so that's definitely worth exploring. And they said bugs and glitches are common in most games, and live service titles like Destiny 2 suffer the most due to their ever-changing nature. And what else did I say here? Among the playlist activities, the PvEVP Gambit mode has received no small measure of criticism from gamers, with a lack of balancing and developmental attention being the driving factors. Actually, what people complained about is the change. We've had the best out of 3 for a while, and then they just downgraded it to the best out of 1, and they said we are going to be changing a few things around, and obviously we'll come up with a different concept. That's not happened. They just left it as a one-off match, and that has not been popular. Gambit was very popular when launched as the best out of 3, and I played it quite a lot. I thought it was a very, very good activity, because you've got to be invading the opponents, and then you are the player who is going to be chased by the other team, and you can be excelling with your scores and everything if you are a competitive player. So, definitely a very interesting concept, but downgrading it didn't help. So anyway, that's what it is. Just remember, if you are doing Destiny at the moment, you are going to be able to get double rewards due to that glitch. Alright, put my glasses back on. We crack on with some fierce activity here in Destiny 1. I had enough of talking. I fancy some action, and I believe so do you. Fancy a cup of tea as well. I'm gonna I've got much water in there, but we'll make some whilst we are cracking on with activities here. Let's go back to the tower, see whether there is the need for some admin.
Service normal. Check, check, check. Done, done, done.
Alright my friends, I've got to be doing some admin, and that will mean getting rid of unnecessary weapons and loot. I'm also doing some engrams. I think the engrams that you can see there are not particularly useful, and we'll get rid of them all straight away. We just want to be clearing the inventory there. See these ones, the blues. Well, we talked about the comments that came to us through various community members, and that's one of the concerns that I guess is aligning both games together. And let me see, mongrel. Just want to double check something. And cannon fastball. Yeah, it's not the same. They've got different perks. Doesn't matter. I'm not fussed really. Pick up some legendary marks and let's just load it up, shall we? This one we'll try. We'll see what that is. Okay, these ones can be definitely deleted. This one, Oligarch, and we'll delete that Neural Bezoar. We'll delete these boots. Well, as I have that legendary engram, we'll just give it a chance. Just grab some other engrams. Let's try these. Let's see what we are getting, if anything.
New emblems. No idea. Perhaps a rare relic of the Golden Age.
Ah! Did pick up a legendary from the blues.
Very lucky, Guardian.
Curious about this one. Bogatai again. I keep getting this Bogatai all the time. I don't want any of it. Really not necessary. Just want to see what perks it has. Solid burn, solar armor, shotgun ammunition, scout rifle. Right. No use to me. And then in there we picked up Endling Strides. Just we've got them in the vault, so that's alright. Alright, let's just get rid of the rest and then we'll crack on. Well, we have to pick up some bounties first and then we'll do some extra activities. We warm up with Sivas. That is what I usually do. That's annoying. That's annoying. I wanted to try the scout rifles I've picked up, and I've not tried them, so I do them in Sivas. I should try them, find out whether they're any good. And Raku, I've got Raku again. Keep getting this Raku all the time. Inventory. Sigil is valid, so that's pretty good. We'll use it in our Prisoner of Elder session today. This one will take. Alright, so that's going to be changing our respawn appearance. And then, let me see. No, token of light, don't have enough space in there, I don't think. Yeah, I'll use these once we go to House of Judgment, Prisoner of Elders. The rest we cannot be using at the moment, I don't think. Right, so there. Titan Arc. Okay. Not keen on that one, I must admit. No preview available. Ah, that's because it's for the Titan. Take this one and delete, and then the other one will delete. You know, you might think I'm just a bit brutal, but I've got to have space for the items that keep coming in. I've got no space in the vault and hardly anything here in the inventory, so you know, you've got to really literally zoom in on the very best. That's the idea. All the rest of it just can be sent to oblivion. We don't need it. Oh, Gail's back here. Gail says hello. Sorry, I was a quick swim. It's very near where you live. Or do you swim in a river? Or is it a swimming? I'm curious. Higher there are rivers. Like what I've got here, I've got 4 rivers. But to swim in them, they're not really, you know, the water's not really as clean as it should be. Some sewers go in there, so I don't really want to be bathing in my rivers. I go to my swimming pool, which is only 5 minutes away from me. And Gail says, I have a very nice pool. That's fantastic. Is it nearby? Is it far? Mine's only about 5 minutes away from me, so I literally go for a stroll every day, like 10 minutes to 9, 5 minutes to 9, you know, get there in 5 minutes. Then I have to change, and takes me extra 5 minutes, so I'll get usually 50 minutes stretch for my daily swim. And 50 minutes is just good enough for me. 5 times a week, you know, that's plenty. And therefore I don't swim really fast, not to overstrain. Gail says we own one. So what, that's in your garden? You have a swimming pool in your garden? That's terrific. Lucky you. I've known actually a few people who had their own indoor swimming pools, like inbuilt within a property, and sadly I've not endured that kind of luxury as yet. And how big is it? Is it like in your garden or is it indoor? Curious now, because Gail's telling us all about the swimming pool. I'm really curious now about the swimming pool. I want to know what it's like. The one I go to is almost like an Olympic swimming pool, you know. It's very, very large, and we have, in fact, the main one, and then 2, which are for children and for the learners. So it's a fairly big facility that I use every day. And they had a refurb of the swimming pool a couple of years ago during the pandemic, so it's brand new, and they've knocked down the entire section of the sports centre, so it's just the swimming pool left and everything else has been rebuilt. So it will be very, very modern and really state-of-the-art state of equipment and everything. And Gail says, well, it's in my backyard and I got it about 3 years ago. That's fantastic. Lucky you. But I guess the only trouble is with the maintenance, because you've got to then empty it out, right, when it gets a bit drizzly and cold. And then you got to be doing the cleaning and everything. Mind you, there are different ways to which one can keep them as clean as possible. If one has like a plastic sheeting which is properly attached to the pool, you know, there are different ways to which this can be maintained. It just depends whether you live in very urban or suburban area. It's, I guess, easier to keep in an urban area. In suburban area you get leaves and animals and all sorts coming in. Still, it's a privilege. I wish I could have something of that sort, you know? Like my own swimming pool in my backyard. I could just dip in. I don't have to go anywhere. And I can go for a short swim at any time of day. That'd just be fantastic. Well, I'm not a millionaire, so there you are. And our friend Gail says, yeah, we have a cover for the pool. Still, I mean, I've seen such pools, and yeah, well, if it's properly looked after, then it's no trouble. I guess it costs quite a bit, right? you got regular water supply, which is constantly changing, or is it just the water which you sort of fill in and you leave it in there? Because they're two different systems. One where you keep the same water, the other is where the water is changed all the time, and the water keeps coming in and out all the time. So quite curious, really, what sort of system you have. Baboon. I can't believe it. I talked about the problems with Bungie servers earlier, and I'm being hit by Baboon yet again, so I'm being booted. Doesn't matter. I'll go back to the tower. Well, I can hear the sound, but I don't see anything on the screen. Right, so let's hurry up, because this is telling me that I need to really accelerate. Which means I need to go to our bounty tracker. Get some Siva bounties. And let me check the ones that are still there. Yeah, these ones I completed yesterday, so that will be out. Exaltation boots and mods, and this is also more mods, so I can still pick up 2 more. That will be good. Exaltation I don't really need. I just want to see the perks. Void double down, shotgun ammunition, rocket launch ammunition. Yeah, that's not too bad actually, but I've got them in the vault, so I don't need to bother. And as we are ready, we'll just go to the front and then... Wait a minute, I want to do something a bit cheeky. I didn't get on, hang on, why is that? Yep, so I'm sitting here for a minute. Look at the view, enjoy the view, right? Think about the world, the meaning of life, about Traveller. And Gale says what we do is we leave the water in, so it's not the one that has got the continuous water supply. And then Gale says there are lots of pools in our neighborhood. There are none in my neighborhood, although I live in a very wealthy town, but it's just not really something that you find commonly present in England, you know. You'll find with some luxury properties, but generally people don't tend to have this due to many different factors, one of which is the expense and the other is space, and it's just the way our properties are in general, you know, with gardens and everything. They're not really massive big properties where you could erect pools for these. It's just the way we're built. Those places in the Victorian times, which was in the 19th century. And where I live actually is an old building. This building was erected at the end of the 17th century, so it's very old. It's more than 20 years old. But what they've done is they kept the original features on the outside, inclusive of the roof and everything. It's called a malt house, so it used to be, you know, the storage for malt and for milling and all sorts of other things. The inside had been completely rebuilt, so it's like brand new. So you come in and the property is totally new on the inside, but on the outside it has got the same sort of structure as you'd have it in the late 17th century. So, you know, it's been at its 1790s or so. So it's 230 years old, something like that. It's a very old property. In fact, the property was here, I think, even before the current structure of the castle that we have. That was built in the late 19th century. But they did have a castle there for almost 1,000 years, you know. It's just like in a different format. It's different types of structures erected and then pulled down and rebuilt and everything. One part of the castle has been there for about 500 years, and I think that's the basement and the ground floor, but the other parts were rebuilt. Right, I'm ready for some Sivas. So we have people there goofing around, as you could see. We'll go all the way here. Look at the view. Go up to the orbit. Actually, I want to see whether Gale wants to join us. You want to join us? Dark Agent is there. So he perhaps would want to join us. If you want to join us, Dark Agent, you can come in. Gale said, recently somebody built these big mansions, but they picked a shade of beige, and it's really just an eyesore. And Gale says, I need to take a shower. It's no big deal, really. Just when you come back in, just ping me a message. I'll bring you in. No problem, really. All good, all good. Thanks, Gale, for that. Yeah, I think that is sometimes of concern. The problem that many people would have here, if they want to erect swimming pools, is the planning permission. So the local council, you know, the local government, will have to give them the authority, the permission to build a pool, and it's very hard to get. It's also very expensive, so that's another reason as to why people don't easily do it. You have swimming pools with larger properties, or sports centres, or guest houses, you know, some sort of catering stroke hospitality types of facilities, and we do have quite a few of those in the county, but they're usually big, palatial, with a large estate, and it's not like you own private property. So, you know, I know in America it's very popular, swimming pools. I've seen, you know, films and documentaries with so many properties that would have it. It's part and parcel of what we regard as their own personal achievement, you know, to have a larger property with swimming pool is sort of also displaying certain status. The fact that people worked hard, were able to raise enough revenue to build it, and then to enjoy it for themselves. Of course, if you live in an area where you get hot weather, that's absolutely ideal, you know. You erect parasols in there, and then you can simply enjoy the shade and dip in when it's hot. That's the best. Alright, so I've got everything that I need, and the time for me now is to get to orbit and crack on with some SEBAs. Okay, so that's the plan. That is what we are going to be doing. Anyone else wants to join us? You need to give us a shout. You need to raise your hand and let me know. I always prefer to have at least 2 people with me live on air, so we talk, we game, we debate things, and just make it as busy with conversations as possible. Right, so like I said, SEBAs will be the warm-ups. We'll do a couple of these, and it's the same mods like what we had yesterday. Let's see who's going to be slotted in, and I need to double check my weapons. I need to get rid of, yeah, okay, I've got all what I needed, but actually I will try Hand of Judgment this time. I want to try also that Angel's Advocate, Firefly, Small Bore, Life Support. In fact, I'll change it to Angel's Advocate. I've not tried it earlier. Got several scout rifles, as you could see.
Story is they raided the prison of elders in the reef, got an Archon priest. The Queen's bounty is high, so we know it's powerful. We need to hunt this thing down before they fully restore its soul.
Okay, let's crack. It looks like we are slotted in with some other people who are in the strike already, so that's not really fun. The game keeps doing this to me. And then I need to just relocate a bit. I'm too close to the screen, bear with me. Alright, that will be significantly better.
We'll need to get through. I'll check it out.
It's worked.
It's locked down tight. Just give me some time.
Ah, didn't manage to get up there. Alright, this is a fluke. So where are the other guys? They already went ahead by the looks of it. Alright. Just thought somebody else was in. Alright friends, I'm coming and I should be able to help you. It's loading so slowly, look at that.
Okay, it's open.
Alright, it's open already, okay. Pick up some extra ammunition in there.
Think they'd mind if we take their pikes?
Looks like our friends are doing hits. There we are, friends, all done and dusted. Ah, come on. There's two of them in there. Ah, so annoying. That's so annoying when this happens. I hate it. Got nothing to do with me.
A cell from the prison of elders. The Archon is still inside.
got something I can use in here actually. Some consumables, as far as I remember. Let me just see. Probably deleted it. I thought I had it before. Yeah. All right, chaps. That was a bit daring. Yeah, I need to start from the beginning. I've gone in too hard, my fault. Oh, go away. It wasn't a misadventure, it was a grenade that was being chucked at me from somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where from. That's no problem, I'll revive our friend as soon as possible. Has it been revived already? That's odd, there's just no one down here. We need to get my ammunition a bit low. Ah, he got me. He got me. I was too close to him. And he got the boss as well. This was too close to us. Or I should say we were too close to the boss. Just hide. Don't try to revive us. Just hide. We'll be respawning shortly. Well, where did he go? I've seen him. He was invisible.
It was better off in the prison of elders. I'll contact the Vanguard. Let them know the Archon priest is dead.
One
Okay.
more fallen Archon gone to dust. Good. But if the Fallen found the prison of elders, I'm sure we'll be hearing about more heists like this. Today, we celebrate.
Got some spares, some stuff I do not need, as you've seen. Yeah, I didn't really need any of that loot. Gel's back. Let's see whether we can bring her in. We'll bring her in. Hang on. Leave matchmaking. Or leave and bring Gel in. Gel's there. I'll bring Gel in. Just bring you in straight away. Just give us a second. Invite fire team. We invited you to our fire team. Gel's joined us, so that's cool. And let me see, is there anyone else who wants to join us? The Dark Angel was there early on. I thought he probably wanted to join us. He was here with us live on air a few days ago. And he's a long-time member. Right, back to Sivas. Hopefully we'll be slotted in for a new one. Because the Siva we just completed, I didn't really get in from the start. It was just slotted in with 2 other guys. So the mods we have today, or this week I should say, for Sivas is Airborne, players deal more damage while in the air. Ironclad, more enemies have shields. Small arms, and then heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Okay, so we'll crack on and let's just see if I have completed any bounties. I have not completed them, but yesterday we did complete that sunrise. We were doing it, I think, about 7-8 minutes before the cutoff, so it wasn't too bad. But the nights on those platforms were definitely a true menace. If you've done the weekly night, you will know that you need to defeat that massive big ogre, and then you get many knights on the top platforms shielded. They're very, very hard to eliminate, and they keep sniping at you, so I died a couple of times due to them, unfortunately. Alrighty, so Siva Crisis Heroic. I wonder what strike we're gonna do next. Let us see. That's a pretty ship you've got there. Mine is Future War Cult ship that I'm using. I was actually wearing Future War Cult armor, the full armor, but I've just gone down the route of doing leveling up for the rest. So I've got a different armor which is somewhat mixed compared to the original. Alright. You see, again we are slotted in. I don't understand why that is. I really do not. Survived. I thought I was going to be wasted.
Nice work. I'll let the Vanguard know the flavors.
And this is a strike. We've just not played more than 30 seconds of it.
They are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal deploy those things. Who knows what their minds are.
Well, that's not too bad. Solar Flare Mantle. I've not had that one before, so we'll lock it. It's a sort of a new one. Let me see what perks it has. Vanguard Champion, Hand Cannon Focus, Rocket Launcher. That's excellent. I actually do need it. I do need that one. It's better than the one I've equipped currently. Not Shiro. Not Shiro's got the 138, and me and Gel together have got 4. Well, that tells you all. Grimoire score 4080. Grimoire is what I've been telling about earlier, and I know for certain that some of our community members ordered the Grimoire Chronicles book from Bungie, and eventually they received it. Oh, he's staying with us, okay. Just change my cloak.
Remember Omnigul? Hive General with a lovely voice? She's back.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she pulled her knitting apart.
Eris would tell you not to make light of this.
That's why she's not here.
There's no telling what else might follow, Guardian. Destroy Omnigul
Look at
and
me.
any lingering threats.
I look really odd. I don't really like that cloak, but it does have good perks. The ones I actually want. I'm not that happy with my appearance. The appearance is a bit odd. Look at it.
If Omnigul can come back to life,
Ah,
make sure she stays dead.
our favourite strike,
I
Omnigul.
wonder if the Hive think that about us.
To the Hive, death is relative. We'll face Omnigul as many times as it takes.
Guess we were made for each other.
Yeah, that's good. 101 now. Right. I think that's because of my
Be ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are
lucky raspberry, I think it is. It's the armor that's giving me this extra ammunition. Shubba had this yesterday. Arc Super. I use it rarely. Oh, come on.
Guardian? You remind me of, well, Ikora in her Crucible days.
That was a lifetime ago.
I'm sure Shax hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble sitting. The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
This Skytrap was too slow for me, I've got to admit. cursed walls there.
Guardian down.
Oh, you got him. Okay. Just have this armor that is not. The perks are not unlocked, so it's quite weak. Mind the ship though. The ship's trouble. God, where's it come from? Golden gun, that will do. Why did he live?
Now that you're all warmed up, let's find Omnigul.
Let's find Omnigul, I agree. And I want to find my biscuits in here. I got a couple of biscuits and a nice cup of tea, which is warm. Fabulous.
Omnigul is back for a reason, and it's not just a yell, though she does seem fond of that. Finish her before it's too late.
Guardian down.
further traces of hive energy.
Well, if she comes back, so will we. Look at us. Omnigal's neutralized and Eris didn't have to lift a finger.
You should tell her.
Trust me, she'd prefer to hear it from you. Come on back, Guardian. Good work. The Dust Palace is lost to us again, back in Cabal hands. Word is they've let Scion Flayers out of their cages to dig around in the Central AI's cortex, which means they really want what's buried in there. If Rasputin was protecting it, it's valuable. We've got to flush those Flayers out.
According to Vanguard reports from Cave, the Scion Flayers are already at the top of the Dust Palace. We better move.
Gail says that there's been no sound, and there is a reason for that. I've not switched on my mic. My error really, because I was eating a couple of biscuits and then I forgot to do that. Thanks very much for telling me this. Yeah, it's my fault. It's just that I don't want to be eating biscuits live on air, you know, and then I have to remember to switch it back on. It's a flick-on mic, so it's easy to forget. Turtle Beach headset, if you're familiar. Oops, nearly fell into the abyss. Yeah, somebody else needs to stick a ghost in there. Our friend's doing this. He knows everything, not Shiro, so don't need to worry about anything. Shiro knows it all. And we'll do this cyan first. What pops up here? So that's all gone. Everything's been completed.
If those Scion flares were tangling with Rasputin, they are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal deploy those things. Who knows what their minds can do.
Alright, so let me just go back to the tower to sort out my kit. We'll go to orbit. Our friend was grateful. That's very nice to see. Upgrades. So I think I probably unlocked some perks. Yes, I did. Let's see. What did I unlock? Unlocked increased strength, increased discipline. Put the discipline back on. It's a Neurogast. Yeah, it is. Okay. Prime Zealot. We've got increased strength, increased discipline. Put discipline back on. So basically the discipline, as you could see here, decreases the cooldown time of your grenades, allowing you to use them more often. And I use grenades a lot of the time, so it's really a very, very useful perk for me. I always max out on the discipline. And strength is basically the cooldown time of your smoke melee. And then you've got intellect, which is decreasing the cooldown time of shadow shot. So all of that is definitely very, very useful. And here, Age of Triumph, we don't have the ornament. Increased agility. So these greaves are quite good, and I think what I'll do is I'll just lock them. They're locked already. Okay. And anything else there? Oh yeah, this one. Keep that engram. One in there as well. Yeah, that's right. Crown Prince is not useful. We don't need it. Do I need to go to the tower at all? I don't need to go to the tower. That's right. We'll do weekly story playlist for a change. Grounded. Players take more damage while airborne. Special weapon damage is favored, and then heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Okay. Specialist weapon is favored. Let me just see. Yeah, we need to be using this scout rifle. We want to really unlock the perks. And that's the idea. Otherwise I can be just using my Imago Loop, and the Imago Loop will be performing very well.
The Vanguard's reporting that Fallen are tearing into machines all over the Cosmodrome. I'm starting to think they aren't just looting the place. Whatever they're looking for, we should probably find it first. All right, if you want to get your Sparrow, we can be in the Forgotten Shore in seconds.
Oh, Zenith's joined us. Very good, very good. Let me see if Zenith wants to come in. See whether I can invite him. How come I can't see Zenith? That's strange. Tell you what, we'll go back to orbit because we want Zenith to join us, and I want to send party invite to Zenith. So maybe there is a reason as to why we can't see the party in there for some reason. I don't know why. As we should. Zenith joined us. Yeah, Zenith is there, so you probably left your party on mute or private or so, because I've just had a look. Your party is not accessible, Zenith. Oh, Zenith says I can't join party. Okay, no problem. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't really know. I just wondered whether he wants to join us. No problem. We'll go back in. All good. We'll go back in. Go to weekly story playlist. All good. Really look forward to see what we are to find. To see whether it's the same one that I completed yesterday, and after this we can do Prison of Elders. Or we can do that Nightfall strike as a two-piece. That will be challenging.
Fallen are tearing into machines all over the Cosmodrome. I'm starting to think they aren't just looting the place.
Shabbat didn't want to do the Nightfall for the second time yesterday. I really fancied it because we were doing really well, but the enemies were shielded and hampering our efforts. I think today perhaps we are going to be able to get to the boss a bit quicker. We can try. I'll just see whether anybody else wants to join us for the Nightfall before we go in.
Alright, if you want to get your Sparrow, we can be in the Forgotten Shore in seconds.
Look at this. That's some sort of like a wild ride for me. Mr. Cranky's there. Mr. Cranky. Look at that. Mr. Cranky's there. Mr. Cranky. Well, I was a bit like Mr. Cranky today earlier. I got so angry with Twitch. Just wait for Zenith. Ah, we are friend. Hello. Oh. Look at the cloak that I'm wearing. For the first time ever in the game. I never had it before, I don't think. At least I don't recall.
We're approaching the shore. The Fallen are using some sort of signal amplifiers. Let's see what they're transmitting.
B Chambers is there as well. Alright. Well, the first one is upstairs, I think, isn't it? Here. That's the one.
Give me a second. Some kind of distorted signal. Not Fallen. Let's check the other one.
The one downstairs, I guess, right? No, it's not downstairs, it's elsewhere. I don't think so. No, 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 no. That was good. Yeah, just had some ads to deal with. Transmitter.
They're both linked to something in Skywatch. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out. It's down below. Skywatch. God, he's strong. He is not taking much damage. Did you not say that? That was like 5 or 6 spins. He didn't take any, well, some damage, but nothing significant. Well, we'll tether him now. Let's see whether he will buckle. It's not buckling. Finally, after all of that. God.
Протокол безопасности 863. Обнаружен враждебный.
Oh, look at them. That drag has been dealt with. Okay. So where do we go? We go up there. I just got here a bit too early. Early on, no problem at all. Ah. Don't see anyone there. No, that worked. They've gone. But that knight was taking so many spins, I couldn't believe it. Probably about
Fallen are tapped into something in the back
8
of the
at
room.
least, not more. Ghost. Ah. We'll do them first before we ghost this machine.
The Fallen are trying to access these machines, but something is fighting back. This will take some time.
Okay. Finally, that servitor was taking a bit of time. Yeah, that's actually quite an easy mission. Really pedestrian, I'd say. Really hardly anything to do. So that's been very easy.
Legends are true. A war mine did
Let's see
survive
if anyone else is there to
An AI built to defend
join
Earth.
us for
He faced the darkness and survived.
night.
And he's protecting something here in the Cosmodrome. We
See if this friend will join us, UTF girl. We can do our nightfall then. In the orbit. Let's go up there, see whether our friend wants to join us. It's good to play Destiny with our community members. Not just always good, always the best. We just wait for a moment to see whether our friend UTF girl wants to join us. I just send him another invite. There we go. We'll see. Could do one more Siva before nightfall. We'll do nightfall as a 2-piece. Ah, we got some bounties. Some bounties have been completed. Our friend Zenith says, I didn't get credits for completing story mission. Did you? Credit. Where? It's just a playlist, you know, it doesn't give you anything special. You get legendary marks and you get experience, and that's about it. You didn't get anything. Well, I didn't get anything in the last strike. We were doing Omnigul strike, Gale and the other chap and myself. I didn't get anything. Like literally, no modes, no rewards, nothing. And we've done the whole Omnigul strike, and I used even my skeleton key. Got nothing. So I didn't pay attention to the story mission, but Sivas obviously should give us better loot, and you know. I'll go to the tower to pick up some bounties, because I've got, I think, 2 or 3 spaces. We can pick up bounties and then can depart and do a bit more. Where is it now? Progress. Yeah, got 3 more spaces, so I can pick up some Vanguard or Siva bounties. I can tell you that the servers are not working properly since they've done that maintenance and reset. I've had several baboons today, about 4 baboons already, and I wasn't getting any loot in some of the strikes. No idea what's causing it. So if you didn't get any rewards for the story mission, then that's probably a link to it. That must be the same reason. Unless you have it on your tasks, but you shouldn't have it on your tasks really. It's not, I don't think it's part of the progress. Or is it? I don't think it is. Just see something here. Enter auto glass and destroy 80 and times complex shatter the eye it leaves behind. And here, that's the crucible. Okay. What's the Traveler's Well? Curious to see that. Ah, that's the weekly featured raid. Okay. Lil King.
Ready to serve.
Well, I've got plenty of everything there. That's... Hang on, what have I got there? Look tomorrow. Nagari. Don't really need any Nagari.
Confirmed.
Collecting a lot of loot which is not necessary. Can't really make the use of it all.
Received. Goodbye. Your name. Transfer.
245 even. That's just definitely not needed. Mind you,
Have a marvelous day.
go to Master Ahulas. I picked up one engram that needs it, which is
Happy to help,
a legendary engram.
Guardian.
Butterfly card.
You always choose the strangest thing.
Yeah, I've got to use that. Hang on. Got the butterfly card in the vault. I've got it in the vault. Suddenly became very sleepy. I don't know why. Slept well and long enough and everything. So I don't know what the reason for that is. Our friend says, my weekly story mission playlist symbol isn't filled on the weekly list of activities on the destination map. Do we have to do 5 in total? I've no idea, to be honest with you.
Come back soon. We need the
No idea. I don't think we have. No, I don't think we need to do 5 of them. I've not noticed any changes at all on mine either. They just all seem to have been as you've seen.
code signal.
So I have no idea what's causing it.
Cade scouts have brought us some. We still have much to learn about Oryx.
It looks like I need to go to Lakshmi for the reputation uplift. So let's see. My reputation with Lakshmi is very high, I think. Future War Cult. Some rewards. Armor. Weapons. Ah, Bellicose again. I don't want any Bellicose. Bellicose is one of the most frequently accessed shells. Ghosts. Don't need to do any of that. Let's go back. Just remembered I need to pick up a few bounties. Zenny says, my Nightfall and Heroic Siva are filled in and completed. I'm not sure why that is, to be honest with you. I have no idea. The only thing I can confirm is that there are server-based problems, which I'm also experiencing. That's all I can tell you. I'll wait for you there, so whenever you're ready, just come there to the front and then we'll depart. Because I'll have a look as we go to the orbit to see what the problem is. Well, I can actually I'll promote you to the team leader if you want, and then we can redo the mission and see whether it will be completed. What do you think? That should be a good idea. We can do that. Promote to leader. Because sometimes it will have that sort of impact if one is just in a team, you know? Not always, but sometimes due to server glitches. Whereabouts are you? I can't see you because I'm waiting for you at the front. I just want to be here for a little while. Then you'll tell me when you're ready. I promote you to the team leader, so you can bring us into the story mission. We do it again to make sure that your task is complete. Could be due to a glitch because we've done everything right. We've gone in and can't see any reasons for it. There we are. We are going to orbit. We'll redo the story mission as our friend Zenny said that his task wasn't ticked off. So let us see. No, yeah, bring us to the orbit. We'll have a look then. Let's have a look. I want to see what we have on the weekly toolbar. Just give us a second, I want to check something. I don't know why that is, because obviously these ones are also indicating that I don't know. Let's do it again and see whether there's any difference. It's fine. It's a weaker story mission. We'll do it again. Yep. Let's crack on. I'm not sure what's causing it, but you know, there are lots of glitches, and there are problems here with the game. So
combing the Cryptarch's records for anything on the Temple of Crota. Listen.
Long ago, the moon fell to Crota. He wielded a sword so dark it drained whatever light it touched. Now Crota sleeps, but the sword does not. The warlocks believe the sword is in a chamber guarded by the Swarm Princes. If you face them and steal the sword, we can see that it was never wielded.
The only way to destroy the sword is to kill its makers, the Sworn Princes. One of them is said to guard a ritual site near the Hellmouth. We'll challenge him first. The ritual site is up ahead.
Well, at least we're not replaying the same one, so that's the benefit. What's this? No. Oh. Helium coils.
This is where we'll find him. I hope you're ready.
That's annoying.
One down. I'll lead us to the others.
No enemies up here, that's surprising.
By the light of the Guardians it's killed. It's further below.
Okay. Okay, that's reasonable. Black wax I picked up. In here.
The sword is close. I can feel its power.
Yep. Into the wall. Yeah, look at them. Should have exploded immediately. That grenade was taking a while. Not sure why. Oh, look at that wizard. That was good. That wizard's gone. Can't pick up a relic yet. Alright.
Grab the sword. That should lure them out. Careful. Its power is dark.
Where's the relic? Where's the sword now? Oh, here. Okay. Yeah, you got him.
Lots of movement all around us. The princes are coming for the sword.
One of them's gone. Ah, go away. He managed to get me. I was a bit slow, that's the reason. Thank you. Grab that sword. The relic. Yeah. Where has it gone? Hiding. Yep, that's right. Sword does it. That's good. That's it, that's it. Excellent. Final hack. And that's completed. That was easy. It was not really difficult. They say it was very hard, but actually it didn't turn out to be too hard. It's not been properly modded. Now double check whether it registered. I'm curious. Once we go to orbit. Neurogast. Leveling up that Neuro. Oh, look at that. 41, 41. That's quite good. The Sword of Crota. Certainly was. Any changes at all? All looking the same for me. No difference for me. Two more of those to complete it. Okay, let me see. I don't have any of that. Where do you see that? No, I'm happy to carry on. We can just, you know, do it as many as necessary. But where do you see this? Where is it? I can't see it anywhere. You can see that. Weekly bonus remaining. Where? On the progress. I couldn't find it anywhere.
We gave up the moon to keep the hive away from Earth. We hoped that would be enough for them.
Where did you actually find that? I probably just forgot all about it. Honestly, I confess I don't know where to find the task, because it's not on the toolbar and it's not within the progress. So where could it be?
I used to look up here at night and wonder what the hive were doing, but the only activity I could ever pick up was hazy, like it was blocked or buried.
Alright, have another mission in there. Let's see.
A guardian came here searching for a way into the hive fortress, but he just disappeared. Let's pick up his trail. His last known coordinates are up ahead. The Guardian's last report said he captured this old accelerator from an unknown fallen house. Some of this equipment shows recent activity. Had to be the Guardian's ghost.
Yep, deploying ghost.
Alright, he was looking for the remains of an old colony base. Not too far. Maybe he's still there.
Another one, oh, there. Oh well. Upgrade unlocked. That's not too bad. Let's see what's
You
unlocked.
can grab your Sparrow now. We're linked.
Sniper rifle
Colin
ammunition.
thinks he was looking for should be on the other side of the ridge.
Ah, almost this one as well. Worm spore we need. I haven't got any worm spore. Okay. Oh, look at that, head-on collision. But actually this collision we will resolve immediately. That dreg's been cremated. Where is my Sparrow? Off we go. There is another one who wants to follow me. Yeah, they're not coming here. Yeah, we can give them a miss. Find the colony base.
This is where he was headed.
What is going on? Oh, he's there. Alright. Well, he's going to pay for that misdemeanor. Which is what I did do to him. He's no longer among the living. Yeah, I need to go up there, don't I? Hang on. Come up there.
Looks like he set up camp here. Let's see what he left behind.
Ghosting it.
His notes. They're all about a place called the Temple of Crota. It's not far from here. Sounds like a death trap.
Find the Temple of Crota. Well, that is the place where we want to be. And guess what? It's down below. We need to go up here.
The ground here is hollowed out for miles. Who knows what's happening under your feet? I think we found the temple. Up ahead, Guardian down. There's nothing left.
Not even the light. Where's his ghost? We may want to move back.
We've woken the hive.
I got hit again. Loads of them keep coming out. Where's he gone? There's another one left somewhere. I don't know where he is.
Picking up the dying light of a ghost. Inside.
This bubble is so useful, you know? It really is.
The ghost is dead, but I can still read some of its memories. The Hive are raising an army here, preparing to invade Earth. We need to stop them.
Yeah, that mission's been done, so we completed it, and you probably need one more, right? So just literally dive in really for another, and then we'll both have it fully completed, yourself and me. So that's really good. So just for the benefit of viewers, what Zenith and me are doing, we're just literally polishing off the weekly tasks in Destiny 1. And our friend Zenith had sent us an image. Let me just have a look at the image that we had received. Oh, that's looking really good. Yeah, excellent. Very good shot. Thank you for that. We'll definitely post it. We'll post it. It'll be on our Twitter. So for everyone who is watching the stream, if you're interested in our community-based activities, you can always head to Twitter, and every day I post between half dozen and dozen of our screenshots. They really kind of immortalize everything that we had been doing in the course of one broadcast, and loads of good shots. The one from yesterday, we all sat in a circle near Master Rahul, is one of my personal favorites. Really terrific. In fact, I can give you that screenshot I should say. Everyone can see it. Have a look. It is on my Twitter, so we'll go to profile. See whether, yeah, that's right. So watch this. Watch this. It's really cool. I really like that screenshot. It looks absolutely terrific. Yeah, just carry on. We can go to another story mission, and I think that will complete it for you as well, because you said for me it was just one, and for you there's another one. So that's, if you completed that one, then we can just do the Nightfall strike, you know. That's good. We are having some traffic on those screenshots, so this is really really cool. Have a look again, see whether I'm getting any more. Yeah, cool, very good. That's all as good as it should be. Yeah, it's orange now. You're right, actually. I've got it. It's orange, which means it's completed. But where did you see how many I was still to be doing? I couldn't see that online at all anywhere. That's really weird, isn't it? Never mind, it's completed, so I don't need to worry about it.
There are reports that the Fallen back at the Cosmodrome are keeping a pretty tight guard on the old Skywatch. Could be one of their leaders, or it could be something valuable. The Speaker's asking Guardians to look into it. Okay, the Skywatch is just on the other side of the steps. And it's surrounded by Fallen. Well, I'm ready if you are.
This is annoying. My sparrow disappeared.
This place must have been amazing before the collapse. Thousands of humans boarding the colony ships, off to build cities beyond. Up the hill, the building with the radar, that's the Skywatch. This was one of Skywatch's old array stations. A link to the lunar colonies. Dead end. Fallen sealed this gate. I can get it open.
Argos can do anything we want. From providing intel to opening gates,
Fallen really didn't want anybody getting in.
romancing other characters as well. So there you are. What's a good friend, eh? Oh, this dreaded gas.
What is this? Lots of motion ahead. I've got a bad feeling about this. The hive.
I'm sliding just behind there. Yeah, we can go in. I'm out of ammunition. I'm using the stints all the time. I need to purchase loads. Maybe I did purchase quite a few yesterday.
There's a wizard here. You have to
There
kill
is a wizard, yeah. I hate that wizard. That wizard killed me so fast. Actually, it was trolls, but you probably will be able to get the wizard there with a sniper sky rifle. Oh, that's already completed. Ah, it's very easy.
Darkness could be a lot closer than we think.
We should probably get moving.
Cannot go anywhere. Really? It's about the only thing we can do in here. So I guess yours must have been completed now as well. I believe. See if there's anyone else out there to join us for the nightfall. No, we don't have anyone. Yeah, no problem. I think we can probably do it. Zenith is confirming that his weekly story missions have been completed as well. So I guess that's the cycle of the playlist. We got 5 different ones, and then we've gone through every one, and that's completed. Still can't find out where you were able to see how many were still outstanding. I couldn't find that anywhere. Is that on the toolbar in there, or where? Where do you see it? On the app? Because when I looked at it, I couldn't see anything else but of what activities would actually consist of.
Checking.
It's all full though. I hate that really, when everything is just full at all times. I really don't like it. Bombs full.
Have a nice day.
Need to go to our friend Quartermaster there. Gunsmith.
Can't sleep, huh?
No, he's more expensive than Varix. It's not urgent, but I will have to keep it in mind.
Here to serve. The Vanguard has a great many supplies available.
Not enough space. Why? So let me just select this and then no, it wasn't the cloak, it was something else. The boots. Yeah, that's right. Got it all sorted, so that's good. Plenty of everything, but I've got to say that I'm not impressed by that Angel's Advocate. It's just so slow really. So we'll give this one a miss for the time being. Which generally performs very well. Icebreaker, we are not equipping Icebreaker. Our friend says, I already completed Nightfall this week, not really interested in doing Nightfall. I'll join you for Zero Strike or Prison of Elders. Yeah, Prison of Elders will do, no problem.
You are always welcome at the armory.
We'll do Prison of Elders. We've not done any of it this week, so that sounds really good. Just go up front. Are you still the team leader? Let me see whether you are. Oh yeah, coming. Ah, hello there. That's looking good. Alright, let's go to Prison of Elders. If you're the team leader, just take us there. Have you got your sigil? We picked it up yesterday, didn't we? Because I picked it up yesterday, I've got it on me. I'm not sure whether you got it. We need to take it, pick it up from barracks. Just double check that you've got it. Mind you, reaching 30,000 will be difficult, I think, with the challenge. I'll try. 4 or 5 years was literally cracking on with our new weekly activities after the weekly reset on Tuesday. And we completed Nightfall yesterday, so that was all done and dusted. And we completed our story missions. So the next step is Prison of Elders. Seers, I think we've got sorted. Let's see, Seers. You want to do the challenge, or you want to do the rounds first? I'd say we go for the rounds first, you know? We need to warm up, and then the challenge comes in right at the end. Or we can do the challenge, whichever you prefer the best. I'm fine. Either way is good for me. I just remembered I need to use... I've got some stuff, some consumables that can be used in Prison of Elders. So let me just take these. That's Wrath. Tyra, near the court, House of Judgment, reputation booster, I can use that. And then there is that's the raids, and then here maybe then King's Fall. Yeah, that's right, that's the weapon core currency. Take that. And this is also House of Judgment, that's quite good. Token of Identity as well, okay. I think that's about it. Yep, we can go ahead. That's the rounds. That's cool. Yeah, I'm up for it. I'm up for it, of course. I did used to do a lot of Prison of Elders in the past, you know, but it's always good fun to do it with our community. And we don't have anyone else to join us at the moment. I've looked, and Gail's not there, and Dark Angel's not there, and Ali's not there. Ali actually popped in earlier, but I think it's the time zone difference, you know. When he popped in was, I think, about 1 or 2 in the morning, Australia time. And at the moment it would be probably about 5 or 6 or something like that. Let's see if anyone else is slotted in with us. If not, it's going to be a 2-piece, so it will be fairly hectic. And if we are doing it as a 2-piece, then one of us has got to be surviving. If both of us die, then that's it, no further rounds. You know? How many people in the squad? And I'll do it less aggressively. I'll just stay back to make sure we live as long as possible. Prison of Elders. There you go. We look remarkable.
Fight. Kill.
Okay. No one joined us, so it's just the two of us. Alright.
Fight. Win.
We'll go there slowly but surely. But yeah, we need to remember the mines. God, I'm being hit really hard by something from somewhere. Sleepy, sleepy. Of course I need some synth there. There must be another one somewhere. Oh, avoid that.
Taken reinforcements unleashed.
Taken reinforcements unleashed. Oh, look at this. Ah! He nearly got me. It's got a big gun. Ah, that mine.
Servants of Oryx, approach. Want your light.
Coming from all sorts of positions. Ah, don't want to fall. How come they... They managed to get there so quickly. They're multiplying. Well, I need some health. Where's the last one? Yeah, we got him. The last one. Invisible Minotaur. Yeah, look at that. Gjallarhorn rockets.
They are dead. You are not.
We are alive. So that's good. Look at this, 32-32. That's really...
Need you back in airlock.
We've had that twice today. Did you see that? Twice we've been exactly the same number, exactly the same score for the both, which is astonishing. I'll sit down and rest. Mirror my own activity here in the room where I'm seated. I used to play Destiny standing. It's just recently gone down to the seated position, you know. I've been standing and playing. It's much more interactive for myself, and but I've given up on that. The reason for that is I was getting a bit stiff in my neck, and then I said, we'll give it a miss. If I go 5 times a week swimming, then it's no big deal really. I can animate the rest within that 1 hour of swimming. Yeah, now it's gonna be mines, so we need to pay attention to the mines. We must not forget about them. And then some need to be destroyed, and some we need to basically stand under. That's the score there. Was that a whole way? No, it's fine. That was not too bad, really.
Dismantle mines, yes. Or die.
Oh, mines. Okay, this one's been diffused, so that's alright. Now we need to check the other one. Yep, this one. Okay. And then number 3. Number 3.
You failed, Guardian.
Why?
Success, Guardian. Success.
Why did we fail? We did destroy the mine. Hang on a minute, what's happening there? We actually did destroy the mine. All 3 mines were destroyed.
Advancing on your position. Impress me, yes. Fight and win.
That was of concern. Yeah, he's still down there, one of them. You got him. Okay. But it's probably because we both died. But the game told me we failed before we died. So I don't know what caused it. What is going on? The mine exploded. Should have eliminated the mine which was below it.
You disappoint me.
Guardian down.
Nah. we got killed because of a small mine, you know, the small one, which was underneath the big one, and the small one needs to be neutralized first, otherwise it explodes, and as it explodes we die.
Round 2. Taken reinforcements come.
Yeah, just give us a minute, give us a minute, give us a minute. You should come back for a second. I want to put better armor on, because the armor I've got, leveling up, and that's not good enough. I need to put everything which is masterworked. Just give us a second. Yeah, everything is now masterworked, so that should be fine. I've got everything sorted. So I was leveling up the rest of the armor. It wasn't really as powerful, so they should be better. Okay, these ones have been eliminated.
Come for your night. Mines must be dismantled or dead.
Oh, we got that one. Okay. Yeah, it was better because we don't have these other mines underneath. Let's see where the third one is. Yeah, that should be fine.
Success, Guardian. Success.
Well, that worked, so that's good. Okay.
taken inbound. Minds must be dismantled or dead.
Oh, got me. Now the last one. Where's the last one? There, that's not too bad, that's near.
Success. You have done it.
That was hairy.
Victory. Well earned.
That was hairy. That was hairy. We nearly got whacked in there.
Retreat to airlock.
Having a cup of tea. That's it. That's the spirit. Nice and easy.
Taken reinforcements come. Fight. Win.
Oh, no heavy ammunition. God. Oh. Six hacks. He was powerful. Someone else joined us as well. So we are 3-piece. That's quite good. Make it easier for us.
Taken approach. Kill or be killed. Destroy minds or die. Your choice.
Yeah, mines. We need to be firing at them. Yeah, that's right. That's good. Where's the
Success.
that was good.
You have done it.
At least the mines were not too far apart.
Take an approach. Kill or be killed. Destroy mines or die. Your choice.
Where's the next one? Oh, there. Okay. So that's close. And there's the third one. And there.
Success, Guardian.
That was good. Easy. Easy this time. Helps that we have someone else together with us as well. It makes a big difference.
They are dead. You are not.
So we'll be off to the airlock.
Return to airlock, Guardian.
Okie dokie. Cup of tea. Waiting for another round. God, it's been a really enjoyable session today. Loads of activities here for everyone to enjoy. Weaker story missions, Seavers, Prison of Elders.
Take an approach. Fight. Win.
Big Destiny. Well, why not Big Destiny rather than Pig? That's my favorite. This one. No reloads. I don't see anyone. I didn't see anyone but the captain. He was so fast, he eliminated everyone.
Mines must be dismantled. Or dead.
Mines. Now the third one.
Success. You have done it.
What's this? Glimmer.
Take an advance on your position. Dismantle mines, yes. Or
Dismantle mines. Oh, there it is. Oh, come on. Can't get up there.
success, Guardian. Enemies die. You live. Done.
I didn't see any enemies at all. You actually...
Retreat to airlock.
You managed to eliminate them all, our friend Big Destiny. Sit down.
Final round awaits.
Yep, and the next thing is gonna be the challenge. So that's really
A
cool.
servant of Oryx hungers.
Or a servitor. A servant of Oryx. Maybe a servitor. Big Hydra. Oh, the boss got me, I think. Seditious Mind, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. No. I was able to do that. Just totally jinxed it.
Your victory tells the tale.
Alright, it's the last round. Well, we did reasonably well.
Return to Erlon.
And we completed it all, so that's good. Now this is what we are waiting for, isn't it?
Stand proud. You survived the prison of elders. Treasure awaits in Crystal Barrow.
He was opening it too quickly, I couldn't get to it. This bloke opening, you know, he wasn't waiting for us to get together. Yeah, I missed it all because of him. He wasn't to be opening the whole thing before everyone got there, and I missed it all. We have Fristy in here. Nostalgia hits me so hard on this one too. Thank you. Thanks very much for watching. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for enjoying the nostalgia. We are doing Prison of Elders, I should say. We have completed the rounds. I didn't manage to get any loot, thanks to our friend who quickly opened the Big Destiny, the cache, instead of waiting for everyone to be there. And looked like there was some reasonable loot. And we'll go for the challenge now. So that's good. How are you, Fristy? Are you Fristy? Fristy, yeah. How are you? Thanks very much for joining us, and thanks for supporting the channel and for being our community member. Thank you for watching Prison of Elders and also for experiencing that degree of nostalgia. Always glad to hear that people are walking down the memory lane when watching our activities, and I guess it's almost 10 years, isn't it, since people played some of it, and it feels like that to me as well when I go to some games I played 10, 15, 20 years ago, and always great, and always something I enjoy doing, particularly when I do it together with my community members. That is always enjoyable. Don't enjoy doing multiplayers by myself, you know, or chasing scores or anything like this. It's all about the team effort. So how are you, Fristy? Whereabouts are you? Are you in the US, or are you in the UK, or are you in EU? Anywhere around the world? Quite curious to hear. Zenith is in the US and I'm in the UK, so we are kind of very far from one another, yet very much together here in the game. Right, so I've got some stuff here that needs clearing out. Phosphorus, and oh, that's also gone up. Increasing intellect on that one. Random. Let's see whether we can collect anything from there.
Ready to serve. Check, check, check.
Tell you what, I'm not that keen on that scout rifle, so get rid of that one. Ages of the Reef. Oh, that's not too bad. Pulse rifle.
Transfer.
Plenty to get rid of, I've got to say.
Transfer.
The vast majority is not very useful. It's all primary weapons that are dwarfed by other things which you already picked up. So,
Sign print.
like this one, Year 1 blue weapon, 245. It's not really of any use, but actually you get some of these in Prison of Elders as well.
Transfer. Received.
Well, my Postmaster was so full, so definitely a good idea to clear everything out. Otherwise it gets far too full.
Check, check, check.
God, we picked up a lot of loot in there. I'm sure Zenith, you also had many different types of weapons and armor.
Transfer.
Prison of Elders gives us a lot, but then on the other hand we are getting also quite a few of these which are not useful. So
All done.
the Continental, I have it in the vault. The Wounded, I've got it in the vault. Just want to see the perks. Hammer Forged. Yeah, that's not too bad. And Legendary Engram, we'll try and see what that is likely to be.
Now that really is fascinating.
Mods. The Palindrome, I've got Palindromes in the vault. Shame. 390, yes, True Sight Outlaw, Hammer Forged. Yeah, it's the one. Casket, I've got that one. Got all of these.
Be safe.
Alrighty, I'm ready for another adventure. I think we'll do the challenge if Zenith has time. Need to see the bounties. Have we completed? We did complete one, Light Show. With your fire team, generate orbs in light in level 41 Prison of Elders or Challenge of the Elders. So what's the reward? My reputation is up. The rest still needs completion. This one, Champion Skill 506. Well, we need to see. Well, hope everyone's enjoying our Prison of Elders activities and everything else that's been on display. Today's been the session dedicated to our weekly tasks, daily story missions, Sivas and Prison of Elders. So literally packed out with firepower, with activities, with entertainment. And today we didn't have much of community-based content because guess what? No one talked. No one talked live in there. We had quite a few people popping in on the chat and saying hello and saying a few things. So very good to see that some of our friends come in. Zenith says we should really have a full team for the challenge. How about some Siva strikes? I have a lot of bounties for Siva strikes. Absolutely, absolutely, I agree. Let's just crack on with some Sivas. If you are still our fire team leader, just bring us there. No big deal. I agree with you. For the challenge, we do need a team of 3, and otherwise the activity is somewhat pointless as we are not able to reach 30,000. And that's the whole point of doing it. So we'll wait for someone to join us tomorrow and we'll just postpone that activity in order to get the result. I'm a bit annoyed with our friend there. You know, he just was racing so quickly to get his own rewards, and he didn't really think about us, either you or me. And I miscued one of the levels, so I was stuck in there. I couldn't get there quick enough. So it doesn't matter really. I'm not fussed about these rewards or anything. It's all about fun and entertainment. There we are. Zenith is joining us. Yeah, you're still the governor. You're the governor. I think. That's right. That's right. And we'll go to see what we can do. Probably. We'll see. Maybe a couple. Because I need to cut off at 8 o'clock. So that's in about 20 minutes. Need to have a bite to eat and then I'll be off swimming. And the stream's already been up and running for about 5 hours, so we're all right, really. It's just that today I just kind of set off on the wrong foot with that Twitch bug that didn't allow me to be having the chat on my secondary. It's just no chat, How was I to run my stream without to spend like 90 minutes trying to get it to work? And it just seemed like a never-ending task. Fortunately, I was able to get it to work, otherwise I couldn't do a thing. I can't be running a stream without the chat being fully functional. It's just not an option. And I just can't believe the number of options they had that people need to go through. Check DNS, check proxies, check your router, check this, check that, and it's got little to do with it. It's got all to do with Twitch applying the new settings, so something new on the settings, like the way the whole thing's displayed. It's just what happens sometimes is when a company grows from rags to riches and they become really very powerful. I'm not saying that that's the case with Twitch, but some companies become a bit arrogant and it always blows up in the face. Meaning, well, it's not our fault. You are here, and we are providing the platform. We are doing the services for you, so we're not bothered really. Or we are doing a bit, but we don't have to really overstretch, to resolve the problem. And then they fail. Just huge problems for such companies. And I've got to say that some of the big companies I dealt with, they never did display that degree of arrogance. They always had very good customer support and made sure that even if there was some wrongdoing on their behalf, they would remedy this either with gifts or credit or something else,
Then the Centurion and the Taken Ogre tried to stop you from killing the king? Didn't work. So the Centurion's Bond brothers are pretty angry they lost their commander. They're leading a team to blow the...
Oh, it's Bond brothers. Alright.
Most of the system goes with it.
Wow, we've been there so many times. Curious to see how many people are watching Destiny today. Let me just have a look. There are quite a few people streaming and watching, so that's quite encouraging. Alright. All very good.
Why do you think they crashed their ship into the Dreadnought? Those are extreme tactics for the Cabal.
The Vanguard intercepted a signal, a message from the Cabal from way outside the solar system. A direct order to crash the ship, use it as a beachhead, and take out the king. Now that's loyalty.
Ah. Out of ammunition. Not sure what got me. Acolyte, but it looks fit. That's fine, I'll respawn quick, because I hit him from another angle. It's the shields, it's the shields. I haven't got any ammunition. Which is what keeps happening to me. I'm running out of ammunition on my heavy. Never mind. Never mind. Loads of these ads up here. Quick drops completed. I missed him. Look, I missed him. Yeah, the sword doesn't do the business, that's what it is. The sword's not breaking the shields that I have, so I would need to have a heavy or a machine gun or something else. That would work better. Yeah, it keeps happening. It's just like really, the shields are too strong. No, it's not going to work at all. Well, it's not taking any damage even from my fusion rifle. Why is that? Yeah, I want to see what will really be effective on... What's this? I want to see what will be effective on his shield, because nothing broke his shield that I've got. Just completely protected 100%. And that's a mystery to me, I don't know why that is. God, immune still. What I want to know is what really destroyed his shield. Yeah, it doesn't have a shield now. The other one did. Right, let's just carry on. Eliminated everyone there. I've hit him with Dark Drinker and also with Dark Blade Spite. He took no damage. That shield was impenetrable.
I have tracking on the Bond Brothers. They're the ones
No idea why.
the power core, marking the coordinates now.
The mods are increasing the shield power, but some other ones with the shield were vulnerable, but this big one wasn't. It just was completely impenetrable. There's nothing I could do. Well, I guess we learn something every day, right? Oh no, this is too slow. Yeah, I wasted my super now, unfortunately. So where's the other chap? What's happened to him? He was there with us, wasn't he?
Watch out! They brought a tank to a gunfight.
Gosh, so many of them in here. Probably a dozen. About a dozen, I think. Mind you, that Imago loop seems to be working right in some of the ads. God, that was close and hairy. Zooming in on me. Ah, 3 science pops up from behind me. That was surprising. Surprisingly difficult. They'll come towards you, they're shielded. They're really big shields. Couldn't change my weapon fast enough. Doesn't matter, I'll respawn and I'll get them with my sword. God, nearly got me.
That went well. Let's head to the bridge. See if we can reacquire the brothers.
I can't tell you the number of scouts I've lost to these brothers on Mars. They need to be stopped. Go careful.
Taken and Cabal fighting for the bridge. Wherever the brothers are, they aren't here. Let's keep moving.
If the brothers don't know their commander is dead, this attack could be some kind of bargaining chip. That's the power of the Brotherhood bond, Guardian. Kind of reminds me of Means of Allah. But less yelling, of course.
That is a lot of Cabal explosives hooked up to the Dreadnought core. There are munitions hooked up to each structural weakness on the core.
Shut it down, Guardian.
I think the brothers know we're here.
Oh, I didn't realize that I was muted for a little while. Ah, he jumped on me. I was invisible. How was he able to see me? I was invisible. Respawn in 1 and then okay. Oh, he nearly caught me. Ah. Well, he got away. Neil. Ah, still lived. Well, that's not too bad. We're not doing too badly. He just wants to grab me. Did you not see that? He knew exactly what his target was. Something else got... Oh no, he got me. The boss got me. The boss got me. We did manage to get the bosses killed. There were two of them in here.
The Brotherhood is broken.
So we use the skeleton key.
But look at their actions, not their
And
words.
Kara's killed.
You've put an end to war criminals, butchers, and you've shown the Empire what the Vanguard's all about. Nice work.
That's actually quite good. We got quite a good screenshot of all these enemies littering the floor. Well, Zenith, that will be it for me for today. That will be it for me. I need to bring my broadcast to a close and also wrap it up. I need to have a bite to eat and then I'll be off. To do some swimming. So that's the plan. I want to thank Zenith for joining us. I want to thank Gail for being here with us earlier today, for being our dedicated community members. I want to thank everyone who came in and said hello, participated and contributed. So thank you guys for this. I really appreciate it. And we'll be back tomorrow. We'll carry on with our stream, and I will not be going to my local cinema to catch up with the releases, because guess what? Oppenheimer and Barbie are occupying most of those seats and screens, and they will be doing so for probably about 2 or 3 weeks. So no major new releases or anything of the sort. It's been a very good session today. We talked about Destiny quite a bit earlier on. We had some questions and thoughts sent to us by various community participants. I also read out a few of those issues, concerns, debates directly from Reddit, as we have a very fertile forum in there of Destiny veterans debating issues which people are not happy with. We talked about Twitch and the difficulties that are being experienced consistently with Twitch changing the settings without telling the streamers. We talked about the news. We've heard that Xbox is indeed getting a brand new homepage, which should be literally kicking off today. And I'm not sure whether we're getting it in all regions or not, but I'll definitely have a look later to find out whether my Xbox had been beautified. So that is all looking very good. Very quickly, I'll have a look at the Postmaster. I didn't really get many items. No, that's all ignorable. And I think I've got one engram that needs to be. Two of those which are completely useless, sadly, so we just literally delete them as quickly as possible. Not of interest at all. All the blue weapons are really of no use anymore once you get to 4400. Okay. There is Zenith. Hello, sir. How is it going? Having a moment of peace, resting. And yes, so thanks to Zenith and Gail for coming in and participating live online. Always a pleasure, always grateful for your participation. Thank you guys. And also thank everyone who had been communicating via chat, everyone who's supporting our fundraising campaign for Mind Charity. As you know, we are raising funds for the charity that mental health issues and emotional difficulties, and we are trying to raise £1,000 by the end of this year. The campaign will be ending on the 31st of December, so if anyone is interested in getting involved, or indeed contributing or donating, please hit the link which is up there for you and make sure you contribute. If you have any questions, if you want to know more about Mind or myself or Tiltify, just please feel free to send us questions through direct messages, and I'll be more than happy to answer and provide you with further information. So thank you all for watching, thank you all for supporting the channel and our community. Thank you to everyone who is indeed subscribing, donating, participating live online, spreading the news, retweeting, sharing some information, and making sure that we are getting new members. We've had actually quite a few new members of late, I think more than 30 or 40 within the last couple of weeks, and I'm very, very happy to see that some of the golden oldies also had come back to say hello. So on that note, I shall wish you all a very good night. I'll thank you for participating, and I shall look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Have a good night and take care.